Hi Foxy, welcome in. Hi Daddy Outfit, thank you for the luck. Love you. Anson coming, everybody.
Get that coin!
Thank you for the daily coin. I'm always tired, Outfit. Hi Mira, welcome in. It's lovely to see you at the start of the stream.
Get that coin! Get that coin!
Ah, is everyone getting the daily coins? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We also have, we have a new command. Oh, I should probably put it in this. We have a new command. When I go on break, you use excellent. Out with space. Yeah. Int is short for intermission, which I have taken from Mira because I really like it when Mira says it.
Get that coin!
Thank you for the daily coin, wizard. Wizard. Our outbreak ending soon, and then I will be with you all. I think. I hope. I mean, kittens have just arrived. Hello, my lovelies. Hello, Piper. When I do that hand cam... Oh, let me come over. Let's go! When I do the hello everyone, welcome back to Dan the Draco King. Lovely to see you all. Today we're doing an admin stream. What you can see next to me is an amazing little tool from Steam. It's kind of a game in itself. It's called BitBuddy. So it tracks my mouse and my keyboard taps. And the really cool thing about it is at some point I'm hoping to get a commission of Nugget using this, because you can upload your own your own avatars into BitBuddy. Yay! Oh wait, hang on. Congrats on the 5 stream binary! Woo! Oh god. Me trying to get used to these freaking sound effects is like so difficult for my brain. So yeah, I'm going to try and learn. But I'm also going to be doing some admin stuff in the background. So you know how we started yesterday setting up Streamable? I'm going to be doing that some more. I've got my big book next to me, my big streaming book, my big book of... my big black book, technically, because it is a big black book. And I've got some things written down that I want to move over or set up. I need to bring in new raid alerts. There are some recordings I need to do, but I'm not going to do those today because it's hard for me to stream and record at the same time. I just get so distracted, you know? So what we're going to do is we are going to work on the raid alerts more than anything today. And I don't know if I want to set those up in Mix It Up or... No. Rex is being a cheeky boy and trying to eat my pizza. You're not allowed cheese. Mm-hmm. No. Mm-mm. The annoying thing is he has literally just eaten. Like, they have both just eaten. And he's already looking for more. And it's like, what are you doing? You've had food already. Like, okay, so we got them weighed yesterday. They had their second vaccines yesterday. And Rex is 1.5 kilograms. Piper's only a kilo. He's eating, like, way more than she is, clearly, for him to put on 500 more grams than she has. I appreciate you asking, Foxy. I'm just gonna say that I'm alright. I'm not, but I'm alright. You know that feeling where you're like, I'm okay, everything's fine, whereas inside you're like, yeah, that's me right now. So, raid stuff, how does this work? Actions? Right, so how do we set up raid alert? So trigger Twitch raid. No, darling Piper, you can't have my pizza. A stallion mood. Yes, that's very wise. This is interesting. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Core? Sound? Play sound. Yes, we're going to be doing the Magnus archives later, Komeda. Thank you for coming in. And thank you for the daily coin. Let's have a look. Sand file. Wait, hang on. Can I even do that? I don't think I can. Do I have a sound effect? What kind of sound effect shall we do if someone raids us? We've got a lot, actually. We could do the ultra instant opening theme. We could do the Illuminati. What? Oh, is it because you were with your boyfriend all day? Is that why you're EP? I wonder if I can randomize, like I did before, what gets played. Streamer bot. Can I have play random? I don't think it's gonna play through there unless with this one. Can you hear this? Wait, hang on. What is BGM set to? Stream Deck. Can I put this through Stream Deck as well? Hi, Piper! I don't think you'll hear this. No, you don't. Damn it. Hidden. What is that? What is that? What is that called? Oh, okay, so we keep that. What's desktop audio 2? Your EP if you've been in a good mood all day? Is it like, I wonder if that's like coming down from a high in a way? What was causing that high is no longer there. Is there a... No, there isn't. Okay, let's just hide those again. Oh my gosh! Hi Nore, hi, welcome in. There was a bot, everybody. Hope you're doing well, not so well. Your stomach is acting funny at 2 in the morning. I'm doing as well as I can, honestly. We're just trying to set up some things. So how do I get... Is it my headphones? No.
Get that coin!
Probably by hair, I guess that's a good thing. Yeah. Hi Rooney! Welcome in. We'll be hanging out with Rune soon, everybody. Let me give Rune a shout out. Actually, I'll wait until the collab to give you a shout out, because otherwise I can't do it for another like 2 hours. Oh, actually,
Get that coin!
The collab is in 2 hours, so... Go follow this amazing kitty witch, sorry. It's because Yowie Wizard's here. Wizard on the brain. Wish I had Yowie on the brain. I might join soon if you finish sooner. I'm gonna stick with the plan, because, I mean, maybe? Disconnect. So they're all disconnected. I don't know why. What if I do default? I will have me on the brain with Magnus. If you want me to join. Wait, sorry. Let's go back a bit. I'm very confused. Rune, why are you saying if you want me to join? Oh, I will have you on the brain with Magnus. If... I'm so confused. If you want me to join, of course. Nori says, by the way, Dan, the Magnus Archive is an overarching story. It gets better as you listen to it. Good. Good. I'm glad. I bet it's like the Mighty Nine then, because I loved the Mighty Nine, and that got better with every episode. Really, like, added to it. Old Man Yoai. I'm trying to figure out what this plays through. Alright, cool. What do you detect? The problem with that being in use, I think I need a new audio capture. So let's do that. New audio output capture. Trade streamer bot alerts. And this is gonna capture. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Ah, application. Oh. Lovely. So, hang on. So sound alerts is gone. So we can literally. How do we delete this? Properties. Let's just remove this. Do that. Do OK. And it deletes it, right? Yeah, deleted it. Good. So if I test this. Yes, yes it is. It's called BitBuddy on Steam. And the really cool thing is you can, I'm probably going to turn that volume down to about 15% because I don't want it too loud and deafening. That's perfect. That's perfect. Right, so that's, how do I make this? Play random. Nope, random. Add random users. Integration of voice and select random voice. The good thing about BitBuddy is you can have custom avatars made for you. So yeah. I still want to grow up on the internet to see the eye. Oh! Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna try and see if someone will do a... I mean, I can have a look on VGen right now. Let me have a look. Mission. BitBuddy. BitBuddy Custom! Oh my god, that one's amazing. Oh, that's on... It's on a waitlist though. Custom BitBuddy, price $15. You can. Price is vary per project. Wow. You can literally get... Oh, that's nice of them. But 1 week turnaround unless something's going on or happens or an influx of orders. Usually guarantee a week unless stated otherwise in the proposal. I'll always let you know beforehand if something changes. So, $15 base. Oh, I'm just searching on VGen. I'm literally just searching on VGen, my love. And then it's an extra $8 for all add-ons, which I'll probably do. Commercial and streaming fees by default, and potential hikes is beyond add-ons for the service and complexity fees depending on the design. Never used VGen before? Okay, I highly recommend it. I kind of want to do this, this person, because this, I mean, they've got... No. Oh, I'm not gonna do that. Like, it's really high quality, but the whole thing with BitBuddy is that it's not high quality. I mean, look at this little guy. I think I am gonna go for this person. Yeah, bear with me. What else we got? There are only 3 artists doing BitBuddy avatar. 4 artists doing BitBuddy avatars. You know what? I'm gonna DM this person right now. Wondering, I'm comfy working with a dragon. I know some people are not comfy working with people slash, like, I guess dragon types. Oh yeah. Let's see what they say. I'll keep the page open in case they get back to me. But I'm definitely dead set on this person because they have it janky in the style of BitBuddy as well. Like, I could go perfect, but I don't want to go perfect. So we've got our raid alert set up, but now I kind of want it to... I want... That's not what I wanted. That's fine. But now I kind of want it to play a random add streamer bot decks. Add some toggles. Set state, set background, deck notify. This is tricky to do, you know. Ow. Here you go. Trigger. But it's not a trigger. It's a sub-action. It has to be a sub-action. And then it's gonna in streamer bot itself, unless it's under core, a core action, run action. Can I do random? No. Okay. But there is so much you can do here, but it's figuring out how to What's misc? Comment? No. Sounds. System. Timer. Trigger. Custom event trigger? Randomize? No, that's incorrect. How to randomize sound sounds on streamer bot. Oh my god, I got the avatar one. Hang on, I'm just changing real quick. This is how I feel right now, everyone. Enjoy. Randomize sounds in streamer bot. You can use the button play sound from folder sub action. Random audio file from specified directory on the computer, so you either has or manually coding each variation. Actions tab. Right click, add random sound. Oh, it's an action. That's why I couldn't find it. Can I take this out of the group and delete the group? Okay, so I think we've got it. Hang on. And then we're going to add another one. We're going to do this one as, I guess, just default again. This will... What else should we have? What should we have as a raid thing? We could do damn boy, he thick! But no. Fine. What? Maybe a what the hell, oh god, no way. Let me test this on a 15% strength.
What the hell? Oh my god, no way,
Yes, yes, I'm clacking. Yes. Okay, but we could turn that up a bit to about 20%.
What the hell?
Oh my god, no way. Yes. Okay, that's good. We're doing really good here, everybody. Now, I'm going to put another random one in here. What should we go for? We could do... Hang on, let me test this one. We could do this one.
You're my friend now. You're my friend now.
Yes. Click. Okay, that's our raid messages. We've got the X-Files theme. We've got what the hell, and we've got you're my friend now. So unless we do the you're my no, because I wanna do a custom. A new follower has joined the kingdom. I want to do my own custom one of those. That's kind of what I want to do. So that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. If I add... Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That's really good. So we've done raid alerts. Oh my gosh, I could take that off my to-do list. New raid alerts, tick that off. What was next? Add a do the raw redeem. Yes, so I'm bringing back the cost. Thank you for the head pat, Nori. I need to put a thing in for that actually. Hang on. I wonder if I can do that in here. Add head pat noise. And it's like the trigger is gonna be on OBS when event? No. Is it OBS? Is it on OBS? Holy moly, there's so many. Okay, so it'll be under source, right? Source. Source scene item enable state changed. No, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. Where's Nugget been? Oh, Nugget is currently working on the treaty with the demons. Nugget is working on the treaty with the demons. He'll be back. Nugget will be back for the anniversary. Don't you worry. He's just taking a little break right now. In other words, I'm too lazy to load him back in. But lore-wise, you know, he's away doing very hard work. You know. Source. I'm not gonna go crazy. Source filter. Enable state change. Is it that? Add connection. OBS Studio is already connected. Just sitting for a long time for a reason. So when this gets triggered, hang on. Oh, he broke. What event? Source filter enable. I don't think this is right. How to target a source. What's it called? Hang on. It's called on streamer bot. Is whether get user info sub action reference resulting target user or target in username variable in the OBS sub actions. Create the action and select add, name it, blah 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 blah. Add the trigger. Set a toggle command. With the sub actions being right click, go to Twitch user, get user info for target, set the source type to from input. Target the OBS source, right click in the sub actions pane and go to OBS Studio sources, choose your sub actions, set source visibility state, show hide. Break this. No, that's not right. That's not right. To detect a source on streamer bot. OBS set source visibility state sub action. But headpat isn't on. Headpat isn't even on OBS. What am I doing? What am I doing? This is wrong. Add for Channel rewards. Rewards redemption. That. When head pat is done, add core sound, play sound. Now what sound do I use for head pat? Oh, sorry, I'm changing the music. Give me just a second. Let's do chillaxing. I've got a bonk noise I can start using. That's really good. Hi Spectrum, welcome in. It's lovely to see you. Hi Piper. You're so cute. We could do huh? Head pat could be huh? Did you know someone's like rubbing my head? You finally got your arm out the splint. Oh, that's great.
Huh? Huh?
Louder.
Huh?
Louder.
Huh?
Louder.
Huh?
Perfect. Lovely. So the next time someone head pats. Oh, thank you for the boop the snoot rune. That reminds me, I'm also going to set up a boop the snoot noise as well. Sorry, what else did I get? Okay. Yes! It worked! Okay, so this is going to be boop the snoot noise. So we're gonna do reward redemption, boop the snoot, and when boop the snoot is done, do I have a boop? I don't think I have a boop. I need to find a website. Get booped. Nice. How long until the arm's fully back to full use again, Spectrum? More honk? Okay. Hang on then. Noise effects. I'm scared because if I just search free sound effects, I'm actually terrified that it's gonna be like AI. I'm gonna go to Reddit real quick. What's a good site to get free royalty free sound effects? Okay, let's try this website. Oh, I got a response back. Depend on the design reference. I can see. I'd love to take a look, see if it's possible. Yes. Nugget. This little guy. Yeah, we totally agree in this community, Rooney. The LIA bullshit is very annoying. I've just found an amazing website, Rune. I'm actually gonna send you this link to this website. because everyone should have access to this. I'm actually going to send it in all the resources as well. For using, but let me just copy this over to you, my love, because this is fucking amazing. So there's like there's a lot here. So this is a lot of game stuff. There's also so much more. There's so much more. Generic can burn in a hole. It's currently burning a hole through our economy. So yeah. If I go to browse sound effects. Okay, here we go. So we're looking for a honk. Shall I just search honk? Honk. There's a bicycle horn. That could work. Original link, files. Okay, no licenses. So, download. Fantastical. Oh, hang on. Yeah, cancel. Sound effects. Throw that in there. Go back to this. Click this. And let's just turn that down. Perfect. Oh my god, we have a boop the snoot noise. Whoa. Your phone has downloaded an AI art app and you can't delete it. Love you too, Rooney. Thanks, Samsung, for this piece of shit update. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we've done boot the snoot. We're gonna need. Let me go to our viewer rewards. What kind of channel point noises do we still need, everybody? What are we thinking? Let's go to this one. Oh, good. I'm glad I got a sound you were thinking, Nori. Alright, so redeems, channel point redeems. Channel points. Okay, so Boot the Snoot's got one. Head pats. Bonk. Bonk needs a noise. Add bonk noise. So this is gonna be channel point redeem. Boink. Bonk. Add play sound. What about this one? Is this one okay to use? I guess? Is that okay? Is that okay for a bonk noise? Yeah. Yeah, that'll be fine. Can I then put on a repeat? Repeat? No. Thanks, Mira. Okay, that's bonk done at least. Do, 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 do. Fairy Bottle already has a noise. Ball of Wisdom does not have a noise. I think we should add a noise for Ball of Wisdom. How does that sound? Ball of Wisdom noise. Because then this way I can't miss any of these redeems. And it's going to be a whoosh. Test this one. No, that's not a good whoosh. Some kind of... What about this? Yes, yes, we're doing it. We're doing it. That sounds amazing, right? Right? Yes? Cool, thank you. Ball of Wisdom noise added. Let me I wonder if there's a meow. I wonder if... You know what, there should be. And then we're gonna find... I got Dusty purring in here still. I should do, right? Go, I know it's really hard for you not to, but I need you to stop doing that behavior, okay? Yeah. Well done. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. You go on. Go on. Good girl. So, I'm looking for the Dusty redeem. Oh, you coming around to me? No, darling. Where will I find the Dusty? Dusty. No results matched. That's not good. Sweet pea. Hi, little Piper. Oh, I just love you so much. Big kisses for little Piper. No, on the keyboard. Fucking scare the shit out of me. Where is it then? Oh, I found it. I found Dusty purring. Okay, let's see, hang on. That's too quiet. Oh, thank you for the boop. You got me there. Problem with the dusty one is I have to wait for 27 seconds. It's still way too quiet. Let's jump to a 150%. Please. Is she... Okay, so Piper is deciding to fool us. We have to jump to 200%. Because 150% is not enough. We're going to have to go for the 200%. We'll wait for this to end. Alright, let's try this. Can you hear the purr over the BGM? I specifically changed from a easy BGM to a difficult one. I don't think you could hear that very well. I wonder if I need version 2. Oh! Okay. That's sound boosted for sure. Oh my god. Alright. Alright. Okay, let's try 100. Can you hear this over the BGM? I think you can. I think you can hear that over the BGM. Yeah, that's fine then. Oh, okay, so we've got the dusty thing. Some update there yet. We need to add a feed Dan. Feed Dan noise. Oh, frick. Ah, Piper, can you not lick my toe? I think it's just really weird when you do that.
Mmm, tasty. Mmm, tasty. Mmm, tasty.
They really are.
Mmm, tasty. Mmm, tasty.
Perfect. Alright, we now have a feed Dan noise as well, which is really cool. We've done... Did we do the Border Wisdom? Yes. Da-da-da-da. Yes. Dusty's done. Spray Border is done. Sit on Me. Does Sit on Me have a... I don't know if Sit on Me has a... redeem. I love how Dee's just messaged me, be gay, do crime. Just gonna pin that. Okay. So let's go to here again. Save that and shove this into here. I mean, if we can move the alert box completely from Streamlabs to StreamerBot, I will happily do that. So we need a sit on me noise, right? Like it. Sit on me. No, that is not a thing. Sit. No. Boing. No. I don't think that's gonna work. Sit. Why sit? No. Okay, so that's not a thing. We'll have to put that in the big book. We'll have to put that in the big book of things to record. And I'll have to do a recording day at some point. Maybe even tomorrow if I feel like it. But I will do a new hello my friend. Because I feel like the one we currently have is very forced, whereas this is more like hello my friend. You know? Well, hello my friend is really forced. And I definitely want to do a new follower has joined the kingdom. Thank you. I think that's really nice to do. And then like a do the roar. Hi Alphonse, welcome in.
Get that coin.
I definitely want to do a do the roar redeem, because then I can like do a roar of my own choosing depending on my energy levels. Big game and dual crime, yes, like arson. Exactly. Thank you for the daily coin, Alphonse.
Coin.
And Spectrum as well. Thank you, both of you. So no response on VGen just yet, but we are gonna go to my requests. Okay. Okay. There's a request I put here that I think I'm just gonna cancel because I just it's not happening. Arson is your favorite crime because fire is pretty. Ignore your genuine fear of fire. A genuine fear of fire is rational. Okay, it is absolutely rational to have a fear of fire. Fire can destroy, okay? It can create, but it also is heavily tied with destruction. So it's very wise to be... Oh, I think we've already had that one. How about this one? Nostalgia. No, I feel like we've had that one. What about this one? How about 2 a.m.? Ah, yes, 2 a.m. Your hair was set on fire, Foxy? Holy crap. Oh, we need a bounce. Like a boing. Are you playing with the wire, Piper? Please don't. But oh my. Oh. Once you leave the one pause the keyboard, the 3 characters or more. Oh my. Gosh. That is my foot you're playing with, kitten. Stop. Jokes. Chest. Okay. Rune, are you still on that call? Or are you ready to get into the horror business? What are we feeling, Rune? What are we feeling? Stop. That wire is not for chewing. That wire is my headphone wire. Please do not bite that, little one. What was I gonna add? Oh yeah, find it or record. Really, when you make yourself in such a habit, giving them 5 hours? I think it's because you know the power. Summer. Stop. Stop. She's just so naughty. He's trying to chew on the wires. Stop! Piper, enough! Alright. We're just gonna stop her. Alright? Enough. Alright, this wire is not for you. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Alright? My darling girl. Please. Okay? Please. Please stop. I've taken the wire away from you because I need you to stop, okay? Yeah, you can sleep on my foot. I don't mind. Oh, that was a claw. That was a claw. Ow, ow. All right. You need to stop. Stop. I'm gonna have to figure out a way. I'm wondering now if there's an audio port in the back of my PC that I can plug this wire into, because she keeps trying to chew it. And obviously that's not good. Let me see if I can set up the gaming nuggies. Because then we can bring that back today. I'm eating a chicken nugget. Fuck off. I'm eating a chicken nugget. Fuck off. Perfect. Lovely. Alright. Chicken nugget, Gimme Nuggies is back. Oh, I needed to play the... No, I don't. I don't need it to play a GIF at all. It can just play the sound. But yeah, that's back. I'm trying to steer. So what I'm trying to steer away from. I'm eating a chicken nugget. Fuck off. Thank you, Foxy. Let me know when. Actually, it's fine. I'll let Rooney do her thing and just chill for a bit. Also means I can nugget. Ew. That was eating sound effects. That's disgusting. Please, no. I can't stand myself eating noises on stream. Like, it's why I have activated, like, very specific mic settings, is so that if I'm, like, eating food or drinking a drink, you're not meant to hear it. Like, if I sip water right now, you can't hear shit. When I was eating my pizza, you couldn't hear shit. Like, if I open up a bag of crisps, you should not hear it. Fingers crossed. Alright, I'm moving away from using Twitch interactive throwables because it's very taxing on the system, on my CPU. Or my GPU, either one, really. So we're gonna move away from using that, I think. Maybe now that we have StreamerBot, it can throw the items for us, maybe? I don't know. Oh my god, I got another avatar. Let me quickly change avatar again. Oh, that's poor little kitty is sicky. No, we're not sicky. Wow, I think we've done it, actually. I think we have actually. There's two I'm missing, which I'm going to have to look for quite extensively. And that is obviously the that is Summer Look and Sit on Me. I mean, there's quite a few in here. There's Wind. There's, you know, voiceovers. There's fantasy sounds. There's casino sounds. There's battle sounds. There's chain gun sounds. There's mudda. You know, there's a lot here. Wait, Piper, stop it. Stop. Just calm your tartars, little girl. Alright? Because you're going to break my headset and then I'm going to be very, very sad and I'm going to cry. So we got impact. Oh. That doesn't really capture what I'm looking for. Oh! Oh, Rex. You're so cute, my little baby. He's so cute. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna message Rune. Am all done with admin. Let me know when you are ready. Thank you, Foxy. Thank you very much. That's it. That's the sound I want. Why is it a pop bog? That doesn't sound right. Sit on noise. Hello, little boy. Aww, you're being adorable. You come sit next to me. You're gonna get all sneaky. Okay, darling. Yeah. Yeah. You're so fucking cute. I know. I know. You deserve all of this loving, my boy. Oh, okay, let me do that for you. Alright. How was that? Is that good? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where the hell is the pop noise gone? Only in a few. Okay, so Marina will be back in a few. Which is good. And then... where did the pop go? It's not. You go into sound effects instead? I did. There it is. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry, boy. It's a viper! Viper will sneeze! What's it for you, darling girl? Yeah, you don't play with the wire, boy, do you? No, no, no. Not on the keyboard! Oh my gosh. Alright, so we've done the sit on me noise as well. Hang on. So I can tick that off. I need a book noise. Is there like a book opening noise? Page flip. Yes. Is it run around time? Zoomies! Yeah, off they go. They have zoomies, everyone. Oh no. Page flip soft, I guess. maybe we can listen to it in here then. Streamer bot. Add read redeem noise. It'll be channel point, read a little, play sound. It's gonna be page flip. That's like nothing. No, there's no point in having that. Delete that. We're gonna need multi-page flip, I think. I think that's wise. Multi-page. Where the hell did I put it? Refresh. Multi-page flip. Here we go. It's like nothing again. What the frick? Cancel. That's terrible again. Oh, it's licensed. Can't use it anyway. Delete. At least the pop wasn't. Flipping through book.wave. Lovely. Sounds really easy to add. And has no license. So, fantastic. Quick refresh. Flipping through book. There you go. I'm going to increase it a bit. Fantastic. When people want me to read something, now I can. Or at least now I'll know when you redeem it. There was the bonk as well. There was the boot. Done. We've done a lot. Holy moly. Oh. I can jump in call while I set up. So we get rune in. Ring, ring. Ring, 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 ring. Ring, 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 ring. Ring, 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 ring. Come on, Rune. Ring, 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 ring. Okay, it's fine. She's setting up, so we're going to let her set up. You can see, are there any other redeems that we can do while we're here? Maybe we get a VIP. Do we get a VIP redeem? Are there a lot of people saving up for VIP in chat right now? Chat, are any of you saving up for VIP? Tell me. Are any of you saving? Rune. Rune, you already have it. I called you on Discord, Rooney. You probably couldn't hear it because you're setting up, so streamer mode is turned on. Hi. No. Yeah, just letting you know. Not right now. When you say it's okay for them to hear you, then I will let them hear you. But
just computer.
okay. Oh no.
There we go. There we go. I fixed it.
We now have a rune, everybody.
Hi! I'm working on getting my own stream set up, but I am here and I can chat. Yeah. I'm almost done. I've got all the things and the happenings, and I got my little bit buddy downloaded.
Good.
Speaking of, I need to.
I don't know. I got the developer version, so I could give them some support as well. So yeah, I just thought, why not?
Also, I'm jealous.
Of
Have you heard of Crossed Wires? It's a podcast festival
oh,
that happens in the UK somewhere. I don't know exactly where. But they're going to be doing live readings of the Magnus archives there. And I want to
Oh.
go so bad.
oh, okay.
For those of you who don't know, I am a longtime fan of the Magnus archives. I started long time. I started watching when they were releasing. They were at the midpoint of season 4.
Sorry, how many?
So I was-
what am I getting
was
myself
there.
into? How long is the Magnus Archives right now?
It is completed at 200 episodes.
Okay,
Each are about 20 minutes to half an hour.
that's fine. That is fine. That is
They also
perfectly fine.
have a other series if you end up being interested in this world, known as the Magnus Protocol. It is a spin-off / sister series. Its relation to the Magnus Archives is slightly complicated at the moment. There is shenanigans happening.
Okay.
It is coming off hiatus in July. I'm very, very, very excited.
I might fall down a rabbit hole. Oh, okay.
You might, if the horror isn't too much for you, you very well might fall down the rabbit hole, especially as like there's essentially 2 parts to the later series, like the later parts of the Magnus Archives, which is an office section and then the statement itself. So the office section is whatever John and the rest of the archive team are getting up to. And it's just shenanigans. There are some very, very, very funny moments. It is so good. I have a hyperfixation on it for a reason. I have no audio going on my side and it sounds so lonely.
Why is it lonely?
Because there's no background other than just like the white noise.
Oh.
I'm gonna fix that here in a minute though. Stay.
Yeah.
I had to get my thumbnail. The thumbnail I very horribly made. It looks terrible. I love it.
Ah. I just got a really cute reward. I'm just gonna put it on. I would rather have flowers on my desk.
It's not even the right size. That's so funny. I tried so hard. That's okay.
It's so hard.
Okay,
In the
that
end.
should be good. I have audio now. And it's really loud. Getting that sorted out. I'm so close.
You watched? Sounds like a very deep rabbit hole. Probably is, Miro. Yeah. Watch episode 1. Got bored, so this is going to be your second attempt. Okay, Foxy. Your second attempt is through us.
Second attempt?
Yeah.
For what?
Listening to the Magnus Archives. And
Oh, did you try to do it the first time alone?
Stop seeing. My mind is looping. Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you try to listen to it the first time alone? Or were you listening with someone?
What's the channel that does it? Is it Rusty Quill Podcasts or is it Adderall?
Rusty Quill. Though
Okay.
there is a playlist you're gonna want to do that's not on Rusty Quill's channel. It's the Magnus Archives in order because their playlist is backwards.
Okay, so it is the Adderall playlist. Okay, view full playlist then. I'm gonna want to save this playlist. Rusty Quill.
Did this do the thing automatically this time? Did I fix the issue? No. Oh? Wait, I clicked the wrong one. I did. Nice. I'm so happy. I was having an issue with that for a long time.
Hello, Rex, darling. Do you want to come to the bed? Let me help you. Little boy. I'm just checking all my settings, including audio.
Yep, I'm just getting the last of my stuff figured out. Okay,
that coin.
I'm
Hi,
officially
Frost.
live, so
Welcome.
we need to get the screen figured out, and we need to get the us figured out.
Thank you for the.
Are we just using Fuji's, or what are we doing?
No. We can join. I'm just. Oh, Rex. Oh, sorry, he's laying on my mouse. You are adorable, little boy. Okay, you're so cute. But I need you to go run around with your sister for a little bit. Oh, he's sleepy. Do you want to sleep with me? Yeah. It's gonna be so cute when we can like trust them not to be in any kind of danger, so that we don't have to put them in the cage or the living room overnight anymore. That's gonna be the most relieving thing, is when they can just like sleep next to us and we can just be reassured that they're gonna be safe. But if you do this, little boy, you're gonna get to go over here. Yeah. Are you gonna stand in front of my webcam? Yes, you are.
I sent you the password.
Okay. I'll get the stream together set up.
Is it doing the thing? I think it's doing the thing. In theory? Yes.
Oh.
I always forget there's so many things that need to be done when setting up stream.
Oh,
And Moo's just like, gotta set up my chats because they don't automatically do anything.
Rex!
I gotta...
Sorry. I can't do anything right now. Come here, you little rascal. Oh, my baby boy. Who's that? Who's that? Is that your dad on the screen as a big dragon?
I've been falling asleep to like the later episodes of Magnus. It's been my noise of choice recently. This is how bad the hyperfixation is, guys. But specifically the later ones. So that way I can re-enjoy the beginning with you.
Put you down, little boy. How have you got your tail wet? Did you stick your tail in water, you silly thing? I see the link in Discord.
The...
Stream together link.
Okay, I will get that in 2 seconds.
This.
There we go.
Join host is password.
Let me log in, oh my god. I just forget how long this takes.
Connecting. Joining. Died for now. You were creeped out with the Marcus Archangel work and you still got shivers? Oh, Noreen. You were listening to it while at work.
I listen to it at work too.
Oh my gosh.
Are we sharing now?
Oh.
Have I shared?
I have to start it. Start sharing chat. No, it's
Okay. There we go.
Hi everyone. You are now welcome to speak to chat across
Yay!
across the distance.
Now I can actually see your guys' messages. I just gotta... There we go. Is it you sent me? Oh, I don't have. Whatchamacallit on.
Of the Magnus archive.
I love the Magnus archive! I'm so freaking excited. The Magnus archive. I'm so freaking excited for this. I've just been like shaking like a leaf for the last month. Just being like, just wait. Oof, my pings are really low right now.
According
It's really low right now.
According to VTube Studio.
Ooh, are you able to take over hosting for?
Yeah, maybe
us?
I
My
should.
frames are dropping like no
yeah,
other right
maybe
this second.
I
It's
should
crazy.
do it. Bear with me. Post password will still be the same as what you sent me.
Okay.
Even though
Good.
you're stinky.
Yeah,
for
it
doing
was
that.
it was destroying me. Normally it's not so bad. I apologize. Something's been up with it recently, I've noticed. My downloads have been really slow.
Probably on the internet side.
Yeah, it is. We just don't know how to fix it. Our router is shit. They gave us a new one because our old one was dying.
Oh.
And they gave us a new one, and it is so much worse.
Oh.
It is so much worse.
Alright, room's open. Oh my god,
This
I
button.
become sloth. I'm sloth
button.
now. Also, as for what I said earlier about the pausing every so often, I can't be bothered. I actually can't be bothered. If I get like total for some shit, I don't care. I really don't.
In theory,
If I show
I've done it.
if I show the screen and the channel and I just do like, hey everyone, disclaimer, this isn't my thing, this is made by Rusty Quill, so please make sure you go and support them.
We also need to put the trigger warnings in the pinned chat for the first 3 episodes. Or the first episode, and we'll just do them.
Okay. Oh,
They are
boy.
just copy and pasteable though, which is why I did it the way I did.
Yeah, I'm glad you did
because
them
it is
already.
a podcast surrounding fear. There's a lot of spooky, scary things, and it's that list long as hell.
I don't see a lot of these as triggers. To be
Yeah,
fair.
that I was thinking the same thing, but also I know I
I-
have the tendency to talk about triggering things because I don't view them as triggering, but to other people they are, which is why I was like, I'm just gonna not edit this list and I'm just gonna trust the people who made it.
Oh, that should not be
And
shown.
as someone who's listened to the episodes, I can see why they'd be triggering for some, but also for other episodes, I'm just like, I don't. This is just people watching. I don't see the issue. You'll see what I mean.
Gonna go to.
If you pin a message, will it share? Will it pin in both our chats or just yours?
Trigger warning. So I'm gonna get rid of some things. Honestly, I'm but feel free to copy the list from the Discord if you want the full list. But smoking, emetophobia. Interesting.
I don't even know what metaphobia is.
I think it's. I don't know. Googling. Intense overwhelming anxiety specifically related to vomiting, seeing others throw up, or feeling nauseous. Is there vomiting in this episode?
There isn't vomiting, but he does mention that he was drinking a lot and he was sick.
Oh.
But it is only just a mention.
Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna reduce the trigger warnings even more.
I can pin it in the chat. Off your message.
Nah. Reduce the triggers even more. Yeah. I get it. So
I am going to mute for a moment and say hello to my
Go ahead.
We've just been on the starting soon screen for them.
Oh, good. Gonna get a PNG of popcorn real quick. You watch this not be an actual PNG or popcorn, and it's just like me just failing again at finding PNGs. Oh my god, how do you know which one's real and which one's AI though? I hate this. I actually hate this.
I am back. Chat cannot hear you just yet, but they will in a moment.
I was just saying, I hate how when you search for just a PNG of, say, like popcorn, which I've done, you can't tell what's AI and what's not anymore, and it's just like so annoying.
I have such a hard time. I cannot tell the difference. I do not have a keen enough eye for it.
I hate it so much.
Yeah. Chat can hear you now.
Hi chat.
Do you like my new overlay? Have you looked at it yet, by the way?
No, let me open you up now. Hang on. I mean, open your stream up. Knives, a sudden knife and fork appears. Here I come.
Oh, I'm so excited for the Magnus archives. I made a special little Magnus screen because there's not much visuals on the podcast because it's a podcast. Ooh, I'm so excited.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
I want the lights. I wish I could have it dark in here so bad.
Why can't you turn the lights off? What stops you, Rune?
What do you think stops me?
Did you get scared?
No, my me stops me if it's dark in here. I can't wiggle.
Oh, you have a ring light though, don't you? No?
What?
Do you have
I do, but that is still a light, so it defeats the purpose.
I'm in my room in the dark with just my ring light on. I think that works.
It's brighter coming in front of me than it is from behind, though, so I could dim it. I could dim it. I'm gonna go dim it.
Mystic. Update all.
This is how dim it is when I play VR chat. So
what category do I put us under? Podcast, talk shows, and podcasts, I guess.
I don't know what it would be under because we're reacting to it. Well, I'm squealing over it. You're reacting. I'm fawning.
I'm just gonna put podcast.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's fine. All right, everybody. So the popcorn PNG I found was not a PNG at all.
Oh, what was it?
It had a horror. So you know how PNGs have this like grey and white square background? That grey and white square background was a part of the image. It was a fake PNG.
I hate it when that happens. Pear, how are you? I hope you are good. I'm gonna get an image of the logo of the Magnus Archives instead of sharing my screen, since it's just going to be the logo of the Magnus Archives anyway.
Oh, I need to share my screen so that you can
Yes.
follow the audio.
It's gonna be such a delay for the audience because it's delayed coming from you to me, and then it's gonna be even further delayed from me to them.
Is it?
Yeah, there's latency things. It's gonna happen no matter what we do. I just think it's really funny.
Okay. Well, I've turned the BGM off, everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Here we are. Let's do audio checks so you can figure out the browser audio you need.
Yes, it might actually come through your.
How is that? Do you need it louder?
I don't know. It's plenty loud. I think it is, however, just going to also come through your Discord audio. I don't think there's anything I can do about that with the way my system is set up.
What do you mean? Sorry?
Oh, thank you for the
Hi, Parakeet.
Onyx has spoken his first word. His first word was possum. Get it? Possum?
Oh,
I thought I was very funny.
You are hilarious.
I trained him well. Right, I just wanted a picture of the logo. I forgot what I was doing.
Alright, I believe I now have us popcorn.
Popcorn!
Do you want to popcorn as well? There you go.
Yes, please.
Oh, no, it's pinning. I can't grab it. Uh-oh. Cool.
Yay!
Our popcorns are now pinned. It's fine.
I'm going to put this over here. And
I don't-
everyone's just going to watch Alistair spin for a minute. Because I need to do a lot of wiggling. I need to do a lot of wiggling. I need to put you over here for one.
Let's get rid of that. So I'm going to keep VGen open so I can check if there's any update.
Moments like this make me wish that I had a third monitor.
That there. I'm going to put us over there.
Look at him spin.
I'm going to move this to more central behind us so that the credits is always available. And then I'm going to go here. Okay, so. All good, volume wise and Ren?
Rusty Quill presents.
No. At the moment, I forgot to put the Discord audio in this friggin'. In this one. Where is it? This one.
Look at your
This.
overlay. Ads! Screaming inside.
£10 and get £40
Oh no!
That's a shame.
That is a shame.
Do I even have my Twitch sub? No, I don't have my Twitch sub. Sadness.
Damn.
Oh, actually, everyone, please be aware that we've I don't know if I'm meant to say this, but I've been notified by Twitch that they are going to be doing I think it's like 33% off any Twitch subscriptions starting the 25th of June. So if you do want to subscribe to your like favorite streamers, give it a few days.
That's exciting though.
I have frozen on your screen, Rune.
Yeah, everything is frozen. I'm just praying my computer doesn't crash right this second. We're good.
We can reduce things. Maybe I don't stream to you. How's that?
We can try to sync up audio as best we can.
Sync up audio.
Yeah, because if you're not streaming to me, then I have to pull up it on my own.
Oh yes, let's do that. Let's do that. Save your PC from screaming.
There is a chance I might be getting a slightly better computer. There's a chance.
There's a chance, there's a chance. There's a chance, there's a
Chance I won't be running everything on a laptop anymore.
Wait, you're running everything on a laptop?
Yes. That's why everything is always as scuff as it is. I'm running on a little Asus Tough gaming laptop that won't even update to Windows 11.
Rune, I gotta be honest. That makes me cry.
How do you think it makes me feel? I literally just got this laptop 2 years ago and it's already so far out of date. Okay, 3 years ago. I just passed my streaming anniversary a month ago.
Oh, congratulations, by the way.
Yeah, I wanted to do something for it, but I'm not good at doing stuff.
No, you ran out of time because you're very, very busy.
And sad.
Depression.
Depression.
Oh, I'm still crying. Oops, my bad. Sorry, everyone.
Put this over here for a sec so I can...
Yeah,
Oh, wait, no, that's
I'll
the right
blush
account.
at you
Never
again. Ooh woo. Put Twitch back on my
Ooh-woo.
phone so I can get your notifs again. Well, you can also get notifications if you join Rune's Discord and you sign up for the Twitch
Yay!
notifications. So, Rune, shove your Discord link in the chat.
Yes.
If I do exclamation mark
have
Discord, is
one.
it gonna work that way?
In theory, they should be, so that way you can have them never expire, except they've been expiring on me anyway.
Mine have not. I don't know how yours are. There's a specific button you have to tick.
I have been. I've been hitting
Oh.
the when does this expire never button, and it just I have to redo all of my commands. I thought I had that one fixed, and then I was fighting with it last night, and it was
That's okay.
being a bitch.
Let me see if I go to your Discord itself and I go into Rod. Hang on.
There we go. Now everything is all set up and good. I think.
Yes, I am not mod on your Discord, but that's fine. So I can't grab the link, but it's okay.
Oh, you're not? I'll grab it.
Good.
Go away, Ab. On your stream that I was still watching.
Oh God. Sorry about
I need
that.
to resubscribe. I don't know why I think I was poor 1 month and my subscription failed and then I forgot to resubscribe.
Fine.
I have to
Foxy
do that.
says depression. No, you mean the big sad time? Yes.
Yeah, I get it especially bad in the winter, which is why I disappeared in the winter, and then
Is it the winter for you
life
right now?
happened, and no, I went on hiatus like 6 months ago.
Okay.
You're
I've
my
been
friend now.
there's only been a handful of streams in the meantime. You got a raid.
A raid from the amazing Draco Somni. Hi, Sleepy. Thank you for raiding into me. Let me give you an amazing shout out. Also, thank you for helping me to test the new raid thing. Name. That was it. Thank you. Welcome in, raiders. It is I, Dan, the Draco King, King of the Dragons, your favorite dragon streamer. And today I'm joined by the wonderful
MysticRune. Hi, it's me.
Wow!
I'm me. Wow! I'm coming back from a very long time hiatus. We were just talking about it. I'm coming off of a 6-month hiatus. So we're starting with the Magnus archives because I have a hyperfixation problem and Dan
has never
accidentally
listened to
resparked it.
So yes, first time listening to this, so careful not to spoil anything later on down the line.
I won't. I will
this
be very
is
careful.
to chat. This is to chat.
Oh,
You're
and to me too.
you're fine. You're fine, Marie. This is just chat. So yeah, try not to spoil anything, chat. It's okay to talk about lore once Rune has mentioned it, then that's fine. So Nore, like I said, if Rune mentions a piece of lore, feel free to talk about that. But yes, if you need Parakeet, if you do need the link or a notification for when Rune goes live, joining Discord is honestly one of the easiest ways to do that.
It really is. It is. I have it automatically hooked up so that way when I go live, it automatically sends out a notification to those who have opted in, because I know getting fucking spam pinged is super annoying.
Turns that off on Nightbot. Let me just double check. Oh, it's just
I'm surprised it let me send my link, actually.
you're VIP in my thing.
So that overrides?
Yeah, VIP allows you to have the power to send links. Okay, so you're ready and running. Okay, that's fine, Draco. It's okay. Have an amazing rest of your night. I hope you have a good sleep.
Hey, you gotta get rest.
And thank you for choosing me out of all of the people on Twitch. I am so grateful. Thank you. I really appreciate you. And yeah, let's catch up soon. Right, let's get into Spookyville, okay? Because I'm ready for some spooks. So
say start when you're ready to start.
hang on. I am on 0000, and I am gonna press the spacebar to start. When I hit go, so I'm gonna go 3, 2, 1, go. Go is when I press the button, okay?
Okay.
So it's 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go.
We should be just about synced, hopefully.
Yes.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
I don't know, is this spooky right now?
Episode 1.
Oh.
Anglerfish.
Anglerfish, okay.
The spookiest thing is the spam bots so far.
Shit.
I love this intro, it's so iconic.
Rune, they're coming in on your side. I've paused it. They're coming in.
I have Seribot. Seribot auto-banded them for me.
Okay. Do you remember I spoke about during shared chat reasons I did? Gosh, 3, one after the other. That's incredible. Sorry, I did pause it. So let me just check where I'm at. I'm at 56 seconds.
Okay.
I'll let you go back. Sorry.
Right before John started talking.
Oh. Oopsie.
No, you're good. I will say, for those of you who don't know, the creator of the show shares the same name as the main character of the show.
Oh.
This is a choice he low-key regrets. So in the future, when I refer to John, I am talking about the character. When I refer to Johnny, I am referring to the man behind the scenes, the voice of John and the creator of the Magnus Archives. Just so you know. This
John
is largely
and
how the fandom
Johnny.
differentiates the pair of them.
It's good. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Just as a heads up.
Gonna do the countdown again. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Right. My name is Jonathan Sims. I work for the Magnus Institute, London, an organization dedicated to academic research into the esoteric and the paranormal. The head of the Institute, Mr. Elias Bouchard, has employed me to replace the previous head archivist, one Gertrude Robinson, who has recently passed away. I've been working as a researcher at the Institute for 4 years now, and I'm familiar with most of our more significant contracts and projects. Most reach dead ends, predictably enough, as incidents of the supernatural, such as they are, and I always emphasize there are very few genuine cases, tend to resist easy conclusions. When an investigation has gone as far as it can, it is transferred to the archives. Now, the Institute was founded in 1818, which means that the archive contains almost 200 years of case files at this point.
Oh.
Combine that with the fact that most of the Institute prefers the ivory tower of pure academia to the complicated work of dealing with statements or recent experiences, and you have the recipe for an impeccably organized library and an absolute mess of an archive. This isn't necessarily a problem. Modern filing and indexing systems are a real wonder, and all it would need is a half-decent archivist to keep it in order. Gertrude Robinson was apparently not that archivist. From where I am sitting, I can see thousands of files, many spread loosely around the place, others crushed into unmarked boxes. A few have dates on them, or helpful labels such as 86-91G/H.
How does that even mean?
But most of them appear to be handwritten or produced on a typewriter, with no accompanying digital or audio versions of any sort.
Ugh.
In fact, I believe the first computer to ever enter this room is the laptop that I brought in today. More importantly, it seems as though little of the actual investigations have been stored in the archives, so the only thing in most of the files are the statements themselves. It is going to take me a long time to organize this mess. I've managed to secure the services of 2 researchers to assist me. Well, technically 3, but I don't count Martin, as he's unlikely to contribute anything but delays. I plan to digitize the files as much as possible and record audio
John is
versions,
such a petty
though
bitch
some will have to be
sometimes.
on tape recorder, as my attempts to get them on my laptop have met with significant audio distortions. Alongside this, Tim, Sasha, and, yes, I suppose Martin, will be doing some supplementary investigation to see what details may be missing from what we have. I'll try to present these in as succinct a fashion as I can at the end of each statement.
He sounds done with life, right?
I can unfortunately promise no order in regards to date or theme of the statements that are recorded, and can only apologize to any future researcher attempting to use these files for their own investigations. That's probably enough time spent making my excuses for the state of this place, and I suppose we have to begin somewhere. Statement of Nathan Watts regarding an encounter on Old Fish Market Close, Edinburgh. Original statement given April 22nd, 2012. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. This all happened a couple of years ago, so I apologize if some of the details are a bit off. I mean, I feel like I remember it clearly, but sometimes things are so weird that you start to doubt yourself. Still, I suppose weird is kind of what you guys do, right? So I'm studying at the University of Edinburgh, biochemistry specifically, and I was in my 2nd year at the time this happened. I wasn't in any sort of university accommodation at this point and was renting a student flat down in Southside with a few other 2nd years. To be honest, I didn't hang out with them much. I took a gap year before matriculating, and my birthday's in the wrong part of September, so I was nearly 2 years older than most of my peers when I started my course. I got on with them fine, you understand, but I tended to end up hanging out with some of the older students. That's why I was at the party in the first place. Michael Macaulay, a good friend of mine, had just been accepted to do a master's degree in Earth Sciences, so we decided a celebration was in order. Well, maybe party isn't quite the right word. We just kind of invaded the Almanac down on the Royal Mile and drank long enough and loud enough that eventually we had the back area to ourselves. Now, I don't know how well you know the drinking holes of Edinburgh, but the Almanac has a wide selection of some excellent single malts, and I may have slightly overindulged. I have vague memories of Mike suggesting I slow down, to which I responded by roundly swearing at him for failing to properly celebrate his own good news, or words to that effect. Long story short, I was violently ill around midnight and made the decision to walk the route home.
Oof.
It wasn't far to my flat, maybe half an hour if I'd been sober, and the night was cool enough that I remember having a hope that the chill would perk me up some.
I remember those
I headed
walks.
for the Cowgate, and the quickest way to get there from the
Yeah.
Royal Mile is down Old Fish Market Close. Now, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that there are some steep hills in Edinburgh, but Old Fish Market Close is exceptional, even by those standards. At times it must reach a 30 or 40 degree angle, which is hard enough to navigate when you don't have that much scotch inside you.
Right.
As I have mentioned, I had quite a lot, so it
Take care,
probably wasn't that
Foxy.
surprising
Sorry,
when I
can't
took a
stay for
rather
the whole
nasty tumble
thing.
about halfway down the street.
Ciao, I hope you have a
In
good
retrospect, the
day.
fall
Good rest of
wasn't
your
that bad
day.
compared to what it
Have a
could
good
have been,
sleep.
but at the time it really shook me up and left me with some nasty bruises. I picked myself up as best I could, checked I hadn't seriously injured myself, no broken bones or anything, and decided to roll a cigarette to calm myself. That was when I heard it. Can I have a cigarette? I was startled out of my thoughts by the words, as I thought I had been alone.
Rune, did you
Quickly trying to
whisper,
compose
can I
myself
have a
and
cigarette?
Looking around, I noticed a small
Yes.
alleyway.
It came
the opposite side of
through,
the
and I was
street.
like, was that in the
It
recording,
was
or
very
was that
narrow
Rune?
and
No, that
completely
was
unlit,
me.
with a short staircase leading up.
I barely even
I could
said
see
it.
a
I
light
more
fixture a
mouthed
little way
it to
up the wall
myself.
at its entrance, but it either wasn't working or wasn't turned on, meaning that beyond a few steps the alley was shrouded in total darkness.
Okay.
Stood there, a couple of stairs from the street, was a figure. It was hard to tell much about them as they were mostly in the shadows, though if I'd had to guess I would have said the voice sounded male. They seemed to sway ever so slightly as I watched, and I assumed that they, like me, were probably a little bit drunk. I lit my own cigarette and held out my tobacco towards them, though I didn't approach, and asked if they were okay with a roll-up. The figure didn't move, except to continue that gentle swaying. Writing it down now, it seems so obvious that something was wrong. If I hadn't been so drunk, maybe I'd have noticed quicker, but even when the stranger asked the question again, can I have a cigarette? Utterly without intonation, still I didn't understand why I was so uneasy. I stared at the stranger, and as my eyes began to adjust, I could make out more details. I could see that their face appeared blank, expressionless, and their skin seemed damp and slightly sunken, like they had a bad fever. The swaying was more pronounced now, seeming to move from the waist, side to side, back and forth. By this point I had finished rolling a second cigarette and gingerly held it out towards them, but I didn't get any closer. I had decided that if this weirdo wanted a cigarette, they were going to need to come out of the creepy alleyway. They
That is
didn't
smart.
come closer, didn't make any movement at all, except for that damn swaying.
Hey,
For
I
some reason,
sway.
the thought of an anglerfish popped into my head.
I also sway.
The single point of light dangled into the darkness, hiding the thing that lures you in. Can I have a cigarette? It spoke again in the same flat voice, and I realized exactly what was wrong. Its mouth was closed, had been the whole time. Whatever was repeating that question, it wasn't the figure in the alleyway.
Oh.
I looked at their feet and saw that they weren't quite touching the ground.
Oh,
The
shit.
stranger's form was being lifted ever so slightly and moved gently from side to side. I dropped the cigarette and grabbed for my phone, trying to turn on the torch. I don't know why I didn't run or what I hoped to see in that alley, but I wanted to get a better look. As soon as I took out my phone, the figure disappeared. It sort of folded at the waist and vanished back into the darkness, as if a string had gone taut and pulled it back.
Oh.
I turned on the torch and stared into the alley, but I saw nothing. Just silence and darkness. I
Okay.
staggered back up to the Royal Mile, which still had lights and people, and found a taxi to take me home. I slept late the next day. I'd made sure I didn't have any lectures or classes, as I had intended to be sleeping off a heavy night of drinking, which I guess I was, although it was that bizarre encounter that kept playing in my mind.
I feel like
So, after making my way through 2 liters of water, some painkillers, and a very greasy breakfast, I felt human enough to leave my flat and go to investigate the place in daylight.
Why?
The result was unenlightening. There were no marks, no blood stains, nothing to indicate that the swaying figure had ever been there at all. The only thing I did find was an unsmoked Marlboro Red cigarette, lying just below the burned-out light fixture.
That's what he
Beyond
dropped.
that, I didn't really know what to do. I did as much research as I could on the place, but couldn't find anyone who'd had any experience similar to mine, and there didn't seem to be any folklore or urban legends I could find out about Old Fish Market Close. The few friends I'd told about what happened just assumed I'd been accosted by some stranger, and the alcohol had made it seem much weirder than
Why
it was.
do you hate it, Nori?
I tried to explain that I'd never had hallucinations while drunk, and that there was no way this guy had just been
Likely
a
because
normal
it's
person.
terrifying.
But they always gave me one of those looks, halfway between pity and concern, and I'd shut up. I never did find out anything else about it. But a few days later I saw some missing person appeals go up around campus. Another student had disappeared.
Yeah.
John Fellows his name was, though I didn't really know the guy and couldn't tell you much about him, except for 2 things that struck me as very important. He'd been at that same party and, as far as I remembered, had still been there when I left.
Oh, okay.
The other was just that, well, on the photo they'd used for his missing persons appeal, I couldn't help but notice that there was a pack of Marlboro Red cigarettes poking out of his pocket.
Oh,
I haven't quit smoking, but I do find that I take a lot more taxis now if I find myself out too late. Statement ends.
okay.
The investigation at the time and the follow-up we've done over the last couple of days have found no evidence to corroborate Mr. Watt's account of his experience. I was initially inclined to refile this statement in the discredited section of the archive, a new category I've created that will, I suspect, be housing the majority of these files.
Hi,
However,
Mini
Sasha
Fox,
did some
welcome
digging
in.
into the police reports of the time, and it turns out that between 2005 and 2010, when Mr. Watt's encounter supposedly took place, there were 6 disappearances in and around
6
the Old Fish
people.
Market Close.
Oh,
Jessica
no.
McEwen in November 2005, Sarah Baldwin in August 2006, Daniel Rawlings in December of the same year, then Ashley Dobson and Megan Shaw in May and June of 2008. Then finally, as Mr. Watts mentioned, John Fellows in March 2010. All 6 disappearances remain unsolved. Baldwin and Shaw were definitely smokers, but there's no evidence either way about the others, if they're even connected. Sasha did find one other thing, specifically in the case of Ashley Dobson. It was a copy of the last photograph taken by her phone and sent to her sister Siobhan.
Oh, no.
The caption was, "Check out this drunk creeper, LOL." But the picture is of a darkened, apparently empty alleyway, with stairs leading up into it. It appears to be the same alleyway which Mr. Watts described in his statement, the one that, according to maps of the area, leads to Tron Square. But there doesn't seem to be anyone in the photograph at all. Sasha took the liberty of running it through some editing programs, though, and increasing the contrast appears to reveal the outline of a long, thin hand, roughly at what would be waist level on a male of average height.
Stop it!
I find it oddly hard to shake off the impression
Sorry, the kittens are
that it's
attacking.
beckoning. End recording.
Damn.
So that was the first episode.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it.
There's a lot of things I love about this episode, but I want to hear your
The
thoughts
Magnus
first.
Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com
I-
and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License. Today's
Right.
episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims.
Okay, so this ghost hunts like an anglerfish. Yeah, in a way it does. And I don't know if it is a ghost. It could be anything. to be honest. Market is a real place you want to visit sometime. Good luck, Mini Fox. Just don't
Yeah,
give them a
a
cigarette.
lot of it's one of the things that Johnny mentioned in one of the live streams at some point was that he likes to use ultra specific areas just to freak people out. Just so certain
great.
fans will go, "Oh, that's near my plate. Like, I know where that is."
Amazing. It's interesting. I thought there would be some kind of trace, but or like some kind of what's the word? Connection between how many months it had taken for whatever it is for the disappearances, but there wasn't any. So nothing really connected there. But yeah,
That you know of.
I mean, it
It's
was
only the first episode. This is, I will say up front, this is a show that you very much want to be actively aware, because there's a lot of things that will show up early on in an episode and then just like not get talked about, and then it'll
Appear
show
again.
up way down the line
Hi, Kakao.
in like 15 episodes later, and you're just like, oh, I vaguely remember that thing.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Ow! Kitten! Stop! Ow! Oh,
I like
it's
this episode a lot
great.
because it itself acts as an anglerfish. It's luring people in, right? Hello, hello. Hello,
Hi.
Kako? Is that how that's pronounced? And I don't know how to pronounce Dane. I'm not good at pronouncing users at all. It's awful.
Really don't. Gaining spurs and doing this is incredibly smart. Going the place with the people and the things. Alright, so episode 2.
Yeah, the thing that happened with the place with the people and the things, you know? I'm trying so hard here, guys.
So
You
episode
have
2
no idea.
also has trigger warnings, so I'm just gonna quickly read over them real quick.
Yeah.
I guess the only one here is there's 2. Okay, for me there's 2, to be honest. 1 for episode 2.
To hit button, pin this one until I say so.
Yeah, it's just drug use and sleep disorders is the next thing, everybody. So bear that in mind. Yeah. That over?
What one is this one? One of my favorites. The early the early episodes are all just iconic. I've listened to the first 3 so many times, and there's only one episode that I've listened to more, and it's not my fault that I've listened to it more. I keep accidentally clicking on it and then listening to it, and that is episode 10, I believe, which is called Vampire Killers, or Vampire Killer. I've listened to it so much.
Okay, well, let's move on to
Yes.
episode
2.
Do not open. Hello, Rex. What's up, little boy? No, you can't play with the screen. Come here, my sweet boy. Okay. Countdown again? Does that work for you?
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
This one's 25 minutes.
If you said we were trying to be vague, that's fine, Ricky. Don't worry. Listen to the beginning 3 times.
This one is episode 2. Do not open.
Rusty Quill presents
Lovely to have you
the
here, Mini
Magnus
Fox.
Archives.
No. Rex, please stop hurting me. Bad kitten. Yes, It is a horror podcast.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think you were asking about the actual podcast.
Stop.
Sorry.
Stop it. Who is this? Who is that? Is Rex naughty again?
Statement of Joshua Gillespie regarding his time in possession of an apparently empty wooden casket. Original statement given November 22nd, 1998.
Apparently empty.
Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. It started when I was in Amsterdam for a holiday with a few of my friends. Everything you're thinking right now, you're right. We were all early 20s, just graduated, and decided to spend a couple of weeks going crazy on the continent, so you can almost certainly fill in all the blanks yourself. There were very few points where I'd say that I was entirely sober, and even fewer where I acted like it, though I wasn't quite as bad as some of my friends who had a hard time handling themselves at times. This may have been why I headed out alone that morning. No idea of the exact date, but it was sometime in mid-May. The others were sleeping off their assorted hangovers, and I decided to head out into the beautiful sunshine of that Netherlands morning and take a walk. Before graduating from Cardiff with the others, I had been studying architecture, so was looking forward to spending a few hours by myself to wander and really take in the buildings of central Amsterdam. I was not disappointed. It's a beautiful city, but I realized too late that I hadn't taken any map or guidebook with me.
I've been.
And an hour or two later I was thoroughly lost. I wasn't particularly worried, as it was still mid-afternoon at this point, and getting lost in the back streets had kind of been what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
But I still decided I'd better make an actual effort to find my way back to where my friends and I were staying off Ellenstraat. I managed it eventually, but my inability to speak Dutch meant I spent a good hour riding the wrong way on the various trams. By the time I got back to Ellenstraat, it was starting to get dark, and I was feeling quite stressed, so I decided to pop into one of the cafes to relax before joining up with my friends. I couldn't say for sure exactly how long I was in there, but I do know it had gotten fully dark by the time I noticed I wasn't sat at my table alone. I've tried to describe the man who now sat opposite me many times, but it's difficult. He was short, very short, and felt like he had an odd density to him. His hair was brownish, I think, cut quite short, and he was clean-shaven. His face and dress were utterly unremarkable, and the more I try to think of exactly what he looked like, the harder it is to picture him clearly. To be honest, though, I'm inclined to blame that on the drugs. The man introduced himself as John, and asked how I was. I replied as best I could, and he nodded, saying he was also an Englishman inside a foreign land. I remember he used that exact phrase because it struck me at the time as very odd. He said he was from Liverpool, though I don't recall him having any sort of accent, and that he was looking for a friend who he could rely on for a favour. Now, high as I was, I got suspicious as soon as he said that last part, and I started to shake my head. John said it was nothing too onerous, just looking after a package for him until he had some friends pick it up, and that he would pay well. I thought he was talking about smuggling, and was about to refuse again when he reached into his jacket, I think, and pulled out an envelope. Inside was £10,000.
Okay, no, I mean, you can always finish Welcome to Night Vale after the stream.
It was a stupid move, but I kept remembering my friend Richard telling me how easy it had been to get a pound of hash through customs on his first trip to Holland, and holding that much cash in my hands, I said yes. John smiled, thanked me, and said that he would be in touch. He left the coffee shop, and
is it because it's too quiet? Do I need to turn it up? Will that capture your attention?
Something weighed me down, kept me locked into my seat. I just sat there for a long time. I don't remember much about the next few days except worrying about when I'd see John again. I was careful not to
John.
spend any of the money he'd given me.
I wonder if
and
this
had
is
decided
John
to return it as
Fellows,
soon as he turned up.
one of the people who went missing.
I'd say I had made a mistake and couldn't take his money or look after anything from him. I tried to enjoy myself, but it was like this shadow
Rue, I'm
hanging
trying
over
not
me.
to say
I
anything
couldn't
right
stop
now.
thinking about it.
Gritting her
right up until
teeth.
the end of our trip, but he never showed up.
I'm actually reading a how to
I
recognize
obsessively
characters
checked my
on site
suitcase
guide
before boarding the plane home,
Oh.
just in case someone had
because it's a
snuck something
podcast, so there's
into
many
it, but
different interpretations of the
there was
characters in
nothing
fan
new in
art.
there.
Ah.
I flew
it's
back
accurate.
to England with my friends still high and
But John's was really funny.
£10,000 tucked into my coat pocket. It was surreal. It wasn't until almost a year later that I felt confident enough to actually spend any of the money. I'd moved down to work for a small architect's firm in Bournemouth on the south coast. It was an entry-level job and the pay wasn't great, but it was the only offer I got in my chosen field, so I moved down there with the hopes of getting some experience and a better position in a year or two. Bournemouth was a decent-sized seaside town, though much less idyllic than I'd assumed it would have been. But rents for a place of my own were a little bit out of my price range, given my starting pay.
No, it's fine, Nori. You can do it.
I didn't know
You
anyone else
can do
down
it.
there and wasn't keen to share my space with strangers, so I decided to use some of the money I'd been given in Amsterdam the previous year. I reasoned they were unlikely to find me at this stage. I'd not given John any of my details when he spoke to me, not even my name. And if they hadn't been able to find me over the course of the last year, it was doubtful they'd be able to track me here. Also, if it had been drug smuggling, as I suspected, £10,000 probably wasn't so much money to them that they'd track me this far over it. Also, and looking back this sounds stupid, but I'd just grown a beard and thought it would be hard for anyone to recognize me as the same guy, so I spent a bit of John's money on renting a nice one-bedroom flat in the Triangle near the town centre and moved in almost immediately. About a week later, I was in my kitchen cutting up some fruit for breakfast, and I heard the doorbell ring.
Ding dong.
I answered it to see two red-faced delivery men.
Hmm?
Between them they carried an immense package, which they'd clearly had to maneuver up the narrow stairs of the building I lived in.
Sounded
They
like the
asked
start
if
of
I
a
was
porno
Joshua
there.
Gillespie, and when I said yes, they said they had a delivery addressed to me, and pushed past into the hall. They didn't seem to be from any delivery company I knew, and they weren't wearing any uniforms. I tried to ask them some questions, but as soon as they'd placed the box on the floor, they turned around and walked out. They were both well over 6 feet tall and very imposing, so there was little I could have done to stop them leaving, even if I'd wanted to. The door slammed behind them.
Ugh.
I was left alone with this package. It was about 2 meters long, maybe 1 meter wide and roughly the same deep. It was sealed with parcel tape, and written on the top was my name and address in thick, curving letters. But there was no return address or postmark of any sort. I was starting to risk being late for work at this point, but I decided I couldn't bring myself to leave without seeing what was inside, so I fetched the knife from my kitchen counter and cut the tape, keeping the box closed. Inside was a coffin. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. My knife fell to the floor, and I just stared at it in mute surprise. It was made of unvarnished, pale yellow wood, and had a thick metal chain wrapped around it, which was closed at the top with a heavy iron padlock. The lock was closed, but had the key sitting inside it. I started to reach for it when I noticed two other things on the coffin lid. The first was a piece of paper, folded in half and tucked under the chain, which I took. The other was the presence of 3 words, scratched deep into the wood of the casket in letters 3 inches high. They read, "Do not open." I withdrew my hand from the padlock slowly, unsure what I was supposed to do. At some point I must have sat down, as I found myself on the floor, propped up against the wall, staring at this bizarre thing.
It gives "you shall not pass" energy.
I remembered the piece of paper at this point, and
It does.
unfolding
I'm a bit
it
behind. I
simply
accidentally
read,
hit a button.
"Delivered with gratitude, J." Strange
Pause
as it
if you'd
sounds,
like.
it was only then I made the connection with the man I'd met in Amsterdam.
Pausing. I'm at 10:19. I'll let you catch up.
I fucking did it by 2 minutes. Jesus. It's good take a minute.
Jump back 2 minutes.
Yeah, I hit my toggle button and it did it.
Ah.
I didn't know it did that.
Okay, I can check a website while I wait. There's an update on that. Let's see.
This coffin. I love this coffin. Oh, they have merch. Oh, and I want. I need. I don't know if it still exists.
Right.
I love how it simply read, and that is where you paused. I am caught up.
Okay. Bear with me.
I apologize. I will not hit any more buttons. Don't mind me cracking my fingers. Do not open. So much shenanigans. So many shenanigans. So many shenanigans. I do realize it's really late into the season that we actually start meeting other characters who aren't in the statements. We don't meet any of the archive staff until I think episode 22, it said. Which seems really late. I could have sworn something happens before that, but we'll see. I could have sworn. But I am ready when you are. I haven't muted myself in Discord, have I?
No,
Hello?
no,
Okay.
you're fine. I'm just currently doing something.
You're good. I just wanted to make sure. I love this podcast so much. Pear, have you watched their fanfiction reading stream? It's great. I love it so much. At one point they put on terrible American accents and I can't remember why, but it's really funny.
That's that done.
Oh, they do. They have a fic reading stream. They got authors to send in 500-word excerpts. And they read those, and it's pretty great. And there are some really freaking good ones. You do. It's so good. I love it.
All right, sorry.
I've
I'm back.
listened to it a few times.
100% back now. I'm here.
Yay!
So 10:19.
10:19. You said 10:10.
10:19. I can go back to 10:10. It's fine.
Yeah. I'll send you the link, Pear. It's really funny. It's really good.
Are we ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go.
Delivered with gratitude, Jay. Strange as it sounds, it was only then I made the connection with the man I'd met in Amsterdam. He'd told me he wanted someone to look after a package for a while. Was this the package he was talking about? Was I to be looking after a corpse? Who was coming to pick it up? When? I called in sick to work and just
What?
sat there, watching the coffin for what might have been minutes or
Why would you call in
been hours.
sick?
I just had.
You just got delivered a coffin.
Eventually, I steeled myself and moved towards it until my face was just inches away from the lid. I took a deep breath, trying to see if I could smell anything from inside. Nothing. If there was a dead body in there
Nora,
and hadn't
welcome.
started to smell yet, not that I really knew what a dead body smelled like. It was early summer at this point, which would mean that they must have died recently, if there was a body in there at all. As I got up,
Nora.
my hand brushed the wood of the coffin, and I realized it was warm. Very warm.
What?
Like it had been lying in the sun for hours.
Oh, okay.
Something about it made my flesh crawl slightly, and I withdrew my hand quickly. I decided to make a cup of tea. It was something of a relief standing next to the kettle, as from that angle I couldn't see the thing out in the hall. I could just ignore it. I didn't move even after I'd filled my mug. I just stood there, sipping my tea, not even noticing it was still far too hot to drink comfortably. When I finally got the nerve to step back out into the hall, the coffin
The
was still
weird
lay there,
coffin I was trying to...
unmoving.
Oh,
I
you're
finally
right,
made a
Perky.
decision and, firmly gripping the padlock, I removed the key and placed it on the hall table next to the door. I then took hold of the coffin and chain and started to pull it further into my flat. It was weird to touch it. The wood still had that unsettling warmth to it, but the chain was as cold as you'd expect from a thick piece of iron, and apparently hadn't taken on any of the heat. I didn't have any cupboards with enough space to hold the thing, so in the end I just dragged it into my living room and pushed it up against the
I'm
wall as
cringing
out of
so
the way
hard
as
right
possible.
now.
I cut up the cardboard box it had been sealed in and put it with the rubbish outside. And just like that I had, apparently, started storing a coffin in my home. At the time, I think I assumed it was full of drugs, at least as far as I assumed anything about
Right.
the situation. Why anyone would store something in such a noticeable way, or with a total stranger like me, these weren't questions I could even guess at an answer to. But I decided it was best to think about it as little as possible. For the next few days I avoided my living room, as I found being so close to the thing made me nervous. I was also staying alert for the smell of any sort of rot, which might indicate there was something dead inside the coffin after all. I never smelled anything, though, and as the days passed, I found myself noticing my mysterious charge less and less. About a week after it arrived, I finally started using my living room again. I'd watch TV mostly and keep half an eye on the unmoving casket. At one point, I got so cocky as to actually use it as a table. I was drinking a glass of orange juice at the time and absent-mindedly placed it on top of the lid, not really realizing exactly what I had done. At least, not until I heard movement from underneath it.
Oh
froze.
my god.
Listening intently and staring, willing myself to have been imagining things. But then it came again, a soft but insistent scratching, just below where I had placed my glass. It was slow and deliberate, and caused gentle ripples to spread across the surface of my juice. Needless to say, I was terrified. More than that, I was confused. The coffin had been lying in my living room, chained and unmoving, for well over a week at this point. If there had been anything living in there when it was delivered, it seemed unlikely it would still be alive.
Sweetie,
Why hadn't
there's
it made any
nothing
sense
living
before
in
if there
that
was
thing.
something in there capable of movement? I gently picked up my glass and immediately the scratching stopped. I waited for some time, considering my options, before I placed it back down on the other end of the lid. It took about 4 seconds for the scratching to start up again, now more insistently. When I took the glass away this time, it didn't stop for another 5 minutes. I decided against doing any further experiments, and instead made the very deliberate decision to ignore it. I
Yes.
felt at that point I either needed to use the heavy iron key to open it and see for myself what was in there,
No.
or follow the gouged instruction and resolve myself to never look inside.
Never look inside.
Some might call me a coward, but I decided on the latter, that I would interact with it as little as possible while it lived in my house.
Agreed.
Well, I guess lived may be the wrong term.
No, whatever's in there's alive.
I knew I'd made the right decision the next time it rained, and I heard the box begin to moan. It was a Saturday, and I was spending the day staying in and doing some light reading. I had few friends in Bournemouth, Something about having a mysterious coffin lying in my living room made me reluctant to make the sort of connections that might lead to people coming round, and so I spent most of my free time alone. I didn't watch a lot of television even before my living room was taken over with storing this thing, and so I now found myself sat in my room reading quite a lot. I remember I'd just started Michael Crichton's The Lost World at the time, and it started raining outside. It was a hard, heavy rain, the sort that falls straight down with no wind to disturb it.
You're
till
making
everything is
faces at
dark
yourself.
and
That's so silly and so
It was
cute.
barely past midday, but I remember the sky was so overcast and gloomy that I had to get up to turn on the light. And that was when I heard it.
What did you hear, bro?
It was a low, gentle sound. I've seen Dawn of the Dead. I know what the groans of the undead are meant to sound like, but it wasn't that at all. It was almost melodious. It sounded almost like singing, if it was muffled by 20 feet of hard-packed soil.
Maybe it was humming.
At first, I thought it might have been coming from one of the other flats in my building, but as it went on and the hairs on my arm began to stand on end, I just knew where it was coming from. I walked to the living room and stood in the doorway, watching as the sealed wooden box continued to moan its soft, musical sound out of the rain. There was nothing to be done. I'd made my decision not to open it, and this certainly did not make me want to reconsider that. So I just went back to my bedroom, put on some music, and turned it up loud enough to drown out the sounds. And so it continued for a few months. Whatever was in the casket would scratch at anything placed on top of it and moan whenever it rained, and that was that. I suppose it goes to show that you can get used to anything if you have to, no matter how bizarre. I occasionally considered trying to get rid of it or finding people like you guys to investigate, but in the end I decided that I was actually more afraid of whoever was responsible for entrusting me with the coffin than I was of the actual coffin itself. So I kept it secret.
Keep it
The only thing that worried me
Keep
was
it
sleeping.
safe.
I think it gave me bad dreams. I don't remember my dreams, never have, and if I was getting nightmares, they were no different. I didn't remember them, and I certainly don't now. But I know I kept waking up in a panic, clutching at my throat and struggling to breathe. I also started sleepwalking. The first time that happened, it was the cold that woke me up. It was the middle of winter, and I tend not to keep the heating on when I'm asleep. It took me a few seconds to fully process where I was. I was standing in the dark in my living room, over the coffin. What concerned me more about the situation was the fact that when I awoke, I seemed to be holding the key to it.
No.
Obviously, this worried me. I even went to my GP about it, who referred me to the sleep clinic at the nearby hospital, but the problems never recurred in a clinical setting. I decided to hide the key in more and more difficult to access places, but still I kept waking up with it. I was starting to panic. When I awoke one morning to find I'd actually placed the key within the lock and was, as far as I could tell, moments from opening it, I knew I had to find a solution.
Yep.
In the end, what I took to doing was perhaps a bit elaborate, but it seemed to work. I would place the key within a bowl of water and then put it in the freezer, encasing it in a solid block of ice. I still sometimes found myself trying to get to the key in my sleep, but the chill of the ice always woke me up long before I could do anything with it.
Oh, thank Christ.
And in the end, it just became yet another part of my routine. I lived like that for almost a year and a half. It's funny how fear can just become as routine as hunger. At a certain point, I just accepted it. My first clue that my time keeping the coffin was coming to an end was when it began to rain and there was silence.
Oh.
I didn't notice at first, as my habit at that point had been to put on the music as soon as the weather began to turn. But after a few minutes, I realized that there wasn't anything to drown out. I turned off my music and went to check. The living room was silent. Then came a knock at the door. The sound was light and unobtrusive, but it rang out like thunder in the quiet flat. I knew what I'd see as soon as I opened the door, and I was right. John and the two delivery men stood there, I wasn't surprised to see them, as I say, but they actually seemed quite surprised to see me.
Huh.
John had to take a second to look me up and down, almost in disbelief, as I asked if they'd come to collect their coffin. He said that they had, and he hoped it hadn't been too much trouble. I told him where he could stick it, and he didn't seem to have an answer for that. He did seem genuinely impressed, however, when I got the key out of the freezer. I didn't even try to thaw it. I was so eager to have this thing out of my life that I just dropped the bowl of ice on the floor and shattered it.
Unmuted.
I watched as John picked the icy key off the floor,
Fair.
and I told them it was in the living room. I didn't follow them. I didn't want to see what they did with the coffin. I didn't want to see
It's
if
going
they
good.
opened
We're on the
it.
second episode. We're almost on it.
And when the screaming started, I didn't want to see who was screaming or
It's a good-ass
why.
podcast.
I only left the kitchen when the 2 delivery men carried the coffin past the door. I followed them down the stairs and watched in the pouring rain as they locked it into a small van marked Beacon and Hope Deliveries. Then they drove away.
That's going to be
There was no
important.
sign of John. That was the last I heard of it. I got a new job and moved to London shortly afterwards. And now I just try not to think about it too much.
Yep.
Statement ends. It's always nice to hear that my hometown is not entirely devoid of odd occurrences and eerie stories. Ice cream, beaches, and boredom are all very well, but I'm glad to hear Bournemouth has at least a few apparitions to call its own. That said, the fact is Mr. Gillespie's statement starts with drug use and continues on with the lack of corroborating witnesses being a central theme, which means that an eerie story is all that it is. When the Institute first investigated, it doesn't look like they were able to find a single piece of evidence to support the existence of this scratched coffin. And to be honest, I didn't think it was worth wasting anyone's time over now, nearly 20 years later. That said, I did mention it to Tim yesterday, and apparently he did some digging of his own. Beacon and Hope did in fact exist, and were a courier service that operated until 2009 when they went into liquidation. They were based in Nottingham, however, significantly north of Bournemouth, and if they kept records of their deliveries, they are no longer available. What is interesting, however, is the address Mr. Gillespie provided for the flat this all took place in. The housing association that ran it does keep extensive records on the tenants that have lived in their buildings going back some 40 or 50 years. From what Tim could find, it appears that for the 2 years of his residence, Mr. Gillespie was the only person living in that entire building, with the other 7 flats being utterly vacant.
What?
Nobody moved in following his departure, and the building was sold to a developer and demolished shortly after this statement was originally given. Predictably, no one who worked for that housing association in the 90s is still there, and despite Tim's best efforts, we could get no explanation for why, in a building of that size, Mr. Gillespie spent almost 2 years living alone, save for an old wooden coffin. Recording ends.
Wow. End of episode 2. Holy
What'd you think of that
moly.
episode?
I think it's interesting that we've got a name for the delivery company, and the fact that the same name has appeared in 2 episodes in a row. So you had Josh Fellows, and now you got Josh again. And Nora, I'm really glad they did not mess around with the coffin, and they knew exactly how to combat what it was trying to do with the sleepwalking and everything.
You will find that the people who get to make the statements are the ones who are clever enough to survive their encounters.
Yes. Oi, cats, what are you doing down here? What are you doing, Piper? My lovely little feisty girl.
Yeah, the not fucking with the coffin was a good idea.
Okay, so we got episode 3.
Episode 3, Across the Street.
Oh, sorry. And I
And
really do like
John is just a skeptic too.
Mexican
He's
strong
very
coffee.
much like a
John Connor Dry. I knew he was like, oh, he, alcohol and everything he was saying wasn't corroborated. He's clearly had an episode of some kind, and my brain was just like, shut the fuck up, dude.
It's like, John, stop being a bitch. John spends a lot of the series being a bit of a bitch.
What kind of boba are you
And
having,
quite
Parakeet?
frankly, I love
Go ahead, Ruby.
John.
Good job.
He's such a prickly guy. It is actually a really good video that describes him very well, but I can't remember how exactly he's described, and I cannot do
tasty.
it justice. And
Thank
also,
you
it's
for
spoilers.
that food. Nom. Thanks, no.
I want food. I need a snack. I am hungry. But dinner's gonna be ready at some point, I assume. So I have to wait.
Okay, so we'll watch this one. Whenever your dinner's ready, you just let me know when you gotta go.
Oh yeah, my mom will message me. And then I'll ignore it until later.
I will say,
Until I'm ready.
even if you mute yourself on your stream, you're not muted on my stream, so just bear that in mind.
Oh, I'd probably just end up muting myself in Discord and...
But no, but whoever came in, you were like, oh, I'm muted. And I was like, no, you're not. You're not muted at all.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
It's fine. Plain milk tea with tapioca boba balls. Ooh, enjoy your boba
Yes.
tea.
I had... I think it was a milk tea, and I don't know what the boba was that they put in, but I was sad because I didn't like it. I forgot to order my strawberry ones.
Oh,
It was so sad.
you won't forget next time, though, will you?
No, I have learned my lesson. Those bozos, that it was kind of gross. I did not like it.
So episode 3 actually has quite a few warnings, everybody. That's actually, to me, that is actually quite a lot. Just see if I can episode 3. So I will do unreality.
I really, really like the coffin. I really, really like the coffin.
Go, there they are. Oof, that's quite a few. Even with me taking some out, that is still quite a few, isn't it? So
Yeah.
it's,
It is nice that a lot of them are just more of a passing reference. It definitely helps, because a lot of them are just... they're gone. Some of them are not, though.
yeah. Okay. Let's see what Across the Street is about, shall we? Are we ready, everybody? Right. 3,
Yes.
2, 1, go. Piper, my cup is empty. You cannot drink from it.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives. Episode 3, Across the Street.
What is that bonging? Because that's important as well. I know that's important as
What?
well.
What is?
3 knocks.
Statement of Amy
Either 3
Patel
knocks or 3
regarding the alleged
footsteps.
disappearance of
No,
her
no, no.
acquaintance,
No, no.
Graham Folger. Original statement given July 1st,
Oh my gosh.
2007.
What's
Audio
wrong?
recording by
What's wrong?
Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I first met Graham 2 years ago, more or less. It's hard to say exactly when we first met or even started talking, as we were taking a class together at the time. I'm sure there was plenty of discussion or interaction before we learned each other's names, but I started my course in September of 2005, so yeah, about 2 years. I decided to take a criminology course at Birkbeck University as a way of getting out of the rut with my office job. I'm an associate compliance analyst at Deloitte, and if you think that sounds boring, well, yeah, it is.
It is.
I knew a night course in criminology wasn't going to go anywhere, of course, even if I'd finished it. I just had to do something to find a bit of interest in my life. And it was either that or become an alcoholic, so... Sorry, I'm going off topic. I initially found Graham a bit off-putting, to be honest. He was a chain smoker and wore far too much deodorant to try and cover the smell. He was a bit older than me, maybe 10 years or so. I never asked his age. I mean, we weren't that close, but he was starting to grey
I know
at the
those
edges of
people.
his hair, and you could see that the tiredness on his face wasn't just from missing a single night's sleep. That's not to say he was bad-looking. He had a round, open sort of face and quite deep blue eyes, but very much not my type. He was well-spoken in group work, at least when he did speak, and I think it came up once that he'd been to Oxford, though I don't know what college. I'd noticed earlier that during lectures, he always seemed to be scribbling furiously in a notebook, even when the lecturer wasn't speaking. At first, I just thought he was thorough, but I swear I watched him fill a whole A5 notebook in one lecture. I remember
Aw,
a talk
that's
on
a
youth
lot.
and the justice system where the speaker was so slow that it wouldn't have filled that book even if Graham had been writing down literally every word. Not to mention, I asked to borrow his notes once for an essay, and he gave me this weird look and said he didn't take any notes. So
Oh.
yeah, point is, I wouldn't have called him a friend, but we got on all right. It was about 4 months into my course that I first encountered Graham outside of the university. I was riding the night bus home, having gone for a couple of drinks and missed the regular service. I live in Clapham, so there's a pretty regular night bus service headed there. Of course, regular also means drunk and angry vomiters, so yeah, I generally try to be unobtrusive, sitting in a seat at the back of the top floor. It was there that I saw Graham. He was sat right at the front, staring out of the window. People watching is one of my guilty pleasures, so I decided not to say hello, at least not right away. I wasn't disappointed either. He was stranger alone than he had ever been during class. It was the middle of winter at this point, so the windows were solid with condensation, but he almost obsessively wiped it away from the one in front of him the moment it started to obscure his view. He seemed to be intently scanning the street for something, except that at times he would crane his neck to stare at the roofs of the buildings passing by. He seemed nervous as well, and was breathing way faster than normal, which fogged up his window even more. It was slightly alarming to watch, to be honest, and I finally made up my mind to tell him I was there. He
Thank you,
jumped
Pixie,
coin.
for the daily coin.
and I asked him if he was all right. He told me he didn't usually stay out so late, and found nighttime public transport unsettling. I sat next to him, and he seemed to get much more relaxed, so I didn't push the issue. We talked for a while about nothing in particular until the bus started to approach my stop. As I rose, I noticed that Graham had stood up at the exact same time as I had, and I realized with some discomfort that we must live at the same stop. I liked the guy fine, don't get me wrong, but I still didn't really feel okay with him knowing where I lived. But yeah, it was obvious that I'd gotten up to get off the bus, so I couldn't really ride on to the next stop. And it wasn't even that I felt unsafe with Graham, I'm just a private person. I decided to just walk back with him as far as necessary and make sure he didn't see what building I went into. Maybe we weren't even walking in the same direction. Yeah, we were walking in exactly the same direction. We even seemed to be heading to the same street. It was at that point I felt a hand grab my shoulder and throw me into the road. I don't know how else to describe it? One moment I was walking along, the next I was flying towards the ground. It can't have been Graham. He was in front of me at the time, and I would have sworn there was nobody else on the street. There weren't any cars coming, but I hit my head hard. I think I must have been unconscious for a few seconds, because the next thing I remember is a panicky Graham on the phone to an ambulance. I tried to tell him I was all right, but didn't really manage to get the words out, which, yeah, probably meant I wasn't all right. The ambulance arrived in pretty good time, considering it was London on a Friday night, and the paramedics gave me a look over. I was told that the injury itself wasn't serious. Apparently head wounds always bleed that much, and it's nothing to panic about. But that I did have quite a nasty concussion and shouldn't be left alone for the next few hours. Even though we were within sight of my door, I had for some reason settled upon the idea of Graham never knowing where I lived. In retrospect, this was likely the concussion talking, but the upshot was I agreed to go back to Graham's flat to recover. He was quite awkward about the whole thing and took great pains to assure me that there was nothing untoward about the situation. Apparently he was gay, which I'll admit did actually reassure me a bit. Still, it was clear this wasn't how
We
either of us
love
had hoped to be ending our lives.
internalized
As it turned
homophobia.
out, Graham's flat was directly across the street from mine, just a couple of floors lower. I wondered if I could see my window from his, and I remember I had the odd thought that
Wait,
if I
why?
had to look
Hang on.
out, I'd
Why
need to
would
be
he
careful
being
of his
gay
window
reassure
box,
you?
as I could see the hooks attaching it to the frame. I asked him what he grew, and he gave me a look as though my concussion had stopped me making sense again. I mean, maybe it had, because when I looked back at the window, the hooks were gone, and there was no sign of any window box. At the time, I put it down to my head wound, and even now I'm not sure. The flat itself was a simple affair, quite big by London standards. It had only a few pieces of furniture and a lot of bookshelves, each covered with rows and rows of identical notebooks, with no apparent marking system or indication of contents. I started to ask about them, but my head throbbed and I didn't feel up to any answer that might have been forthcoming. Graham led me to the sofa and disappeared to fetch me an ice pack and a mug of sugary tea. I graciously accepted both, though I wasn't in much of a mood to talk. Graham clearly felt awkward enough with the silence to do the talking for both of us, and I learned more about him over the next hour than I'd ever had a desire to know. Apparently his parents had died in a car accident a few years previously and had left a great deal of money and ownership of this flat. He didn't need to work anymore, and so had found himself somewhat adrift, taking night college courses to pass the time and broaden his mind, his words, not mine. He said he was trying to figure out what to actually do with his life. He talked on like this for a while, but I stopped listening about that point as I'd become enraptured by the table on which he'd placed my tea. It was an ornate wooden thing, with a snaking pattern of lines weaving their way around towards the center. The pattern was hypnotic and shifted as I watched it like an optical illusion. I found my eyes following the lines towards the middle of the table, where there was nothing but a small square hole. Graham noticed me staring and told me that interesting antique furniture was one of his few true passions. Apparently he'd found the table in a second-hand shop during his student days and fallen in love with it. It had been in pretty bad shape, but he'd spent a long time and a lot of money restoring it, though he'd never been able to figure out what was supposed to go in the center. He assumed it was a separate piece and couldn't track it down. And yeah, like most of his conversation, I'd have found it dull even if I wasn't concussed, but by this time I was beginning to feel well enough to leave and started to make my excuses to Graham. He expressed his concern, said it hadn't been long enough as the medics suggested, but if I had to, well, you get the picture. In the end I did leave, as I kept getting lost in the lines of the table, and the pipes outside of the window made such a weird noise that I didn't think staying was actually going to help me recover. I went straight home, making sure Graham couldn't see me from his window, and spent a few hours watching TV until I recovered enough to go to sleep. By the time I woke up the next morning, I was feeling more or less okay, though I kept a plaster on the cut on my forehead and tried not to think too much about the previous night. One evening, a few days later, though, I found myself staring out of my window, the one that faced the street, and I remembered how close Graham lived. I looked to see if I could figure out which window was his, and yeah, sure enough, there it was. It was actually a remarkably clear view of his flat, and I could see him sat on the sofa, reading one of the notebooks from his bookshelves. I realized that if I could see him so clearly, he could likely see me just as well if he chose to look up, and With some remnant of my apprehension from that Friday, I decided to turn off the light in my flat, so he wouldn't see me if he looked up. And then I went back to watching him. Yeah, I know that sounds creepy. It really wasn't meant to be. I said earlier that I really enjoy people watching, and regardless of how boring he may have been to speak to, Graham was weirdly compelling to watch. So that's just what I did. And not just that night either. Yeah, there's no non-sinister way to say that watching Graham became my hobby. It was strange, I'll admit it, but I just couldn't stop myself.
That's just so
I reasoned
bad.
it wasn't watching him with any purpose or malice in mind. It was purely out of a detached interest in his life. And in my defense, I would have stopped a lot sooner if it hadn't been for the bizarre things he would do. He would constantly reorder his journals, without any apparent system of organization, most of the time without even opening them. Sometimes, he would grab an apparently random notebook from the shelves and start scribbling in it, even though I could see that the page was already covered in writing. Once, and I swear this is true, I saw him take one of his notebooks and start to tear out the pages one at a time. And then, slowly and deliberately, he ate them. It must have taken him 3 hours to get through the whole book, but he didn't stop or pause. He just kept going. Even when he wasn't doing anything with the notebooks, there was an odd energy to him. From what I could see, he was constantly on edge and jumped every time any loud noise passed on the street below. A police siren, a breaking bottle. Hell, I even saw him freak out over an ice cream truck once. Each time he'd leap to his feet, run to the window and start looking out, wildly craning his neck from side to side. Sometimes he'd look up, but I'd learned his patterns well enough to avoid being spotted. Then, all at once, he'd decide that there was no problem and go back to whatever he was doing before. And by whatever he was doing before, yeah, I mean nothing. He apparently didn't have a television or a computer. The only books he seemed to own were his own notebooks.
This is
I
a
only ever saw him
co-worker,
eat
right?
takeaway food. I don't know how many times I watched him eat the
college
same
classmate.
pizza,
College
pepperoni with
classmate,
jalapeno
okay.
peppers and anchovies. Yeah, I know. But the rest of the time he just sat there smoking, sometimes looking into space, sometimes staring at that wooden table of his. And yeah, I remembered the pattern was kind of hypnotic, and I spent more than a couple of minutes staring at it myself when I was there, but he did almost nothing else. Who knows? Perhaps he had a rich and fulfilling life outside of the flat. He certainly left it regularly enough.
Stretch time.
Yeah, I wasn't so far gone as to
Oh.
actually
And
follow
hydrate
him.
time.
In fact,
Oh,
I
I need
always
to
waited
set
a
those
good long
back
while
up.
before
Thank you
leaving
for
my own
reminding
building
me.
to make sure I didn't bump into him. I still didn't want him to know where I lived, although now for very different reasons. In the end, though, it was a hobby, not an obsession, and often days would pass when I wouldn't see Graham at all. Maybe there was stuff I missed
Oh,
that
I
would have
forgot
explained
to
his behavior.
fix my sound alerts.
I just wish I'd missed what happened on April 7th. Then maybe I'd have just thought he'd moved on, or I don't know. I just wish I hadn't seen it. Work had been intense for a couple of months, with so many late nights I'd had to drop out of my course. It was just as well, really, as I hadn't actually spoken to Graham since the night I suffered my head injury. I think he still felt awkward about it, and I'd seen him do so many weird things alone in his flat that I think I'd have struggled to have a normal conversation with him. Anyway, this week, I'd barely had time to eat, let alone do much in the way of Graham watching, so when I got home at about 10:30 at night, my first thought was just to fall into bed. But it was Friday, and I'd drunk a huge amount of coffee to keep going at work, so yeah, I was wired, and looking forward to a long lie-in the next day. So when I saw Graham's light was still on, I decided to spend a relaxing few minutes checking in on him. His light may have been on, but I couldn't see him, and I wondered if perhaps he'd gone to bed and simply forgotten to turn it off. More likely he was just in the bathroom, so I decided to wait a while longer. As I stared at that window, I realized there was something, I don't know, off about it. It looked different somehow, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Then I noticed it. At first, I'd just taken it to be a water pipe running down the side of the building, attached just below Graham's open window. The light from the street lamps didn't reach up to his fourth-floor flat, and the window ledge cast a shadow that stopped the light from the room illuminating it. But it was long, straight, dark, and from what I could see, it just looked like a pipe. Except, I'd been watching that window for months now, Would have sworn that there had never been a pipe there before. And as I stared at it, it moved. It
No.
started to bend slowly. I realized I was looking at an arm. A long, thin arm. As it bent the joint close to where the arm ended, I think I saw another joint further down, also moving and bending what I could only assume were elbows. It hooked the end of the limb over through the window.
Time
When
for
I
some
say
self-care.
moved, that's not quite right. It shifted.
Time for some
Like when you
self-care.
stare at one of those old
It's
magic
getting
eye paintings and you change from seeing
fantastic.
one picture into
Good job.
seeing another. I never saw
Time
anything
for
I
some
could actually call a
self-care.
hand, but still it pulled itself through his window.
Ew.
It took less than a second, and I didn't get a good look at what it was. I just saw these arms, legs, at least 4 of them, but there might have been more. And they kind of folded themselves through the window in a flash of mottled grey. I think that was the colour. It was mostly a silhouette. And if there was a body or head, it shifted inside faster than I could see it.
Ew.
The moment it was inside, the light in Graham's flat went out, and the window slammed down behind it. So, yeah, I just kind of stood there for a long time trying to process what I'd just seen. I could make out some vague movements from inside Graham's flat, but couldn't see anything clearly. I finally decided I had to phone the police, though I didn't have any idea what to tell them. In the end, I simply said I'd seen someone suspicious climbing in through a 4th floor window at his address and hung up before they could ask me who was calling. Then I waited and watched the darkened flat opposite. I couldn't look away. I was convinced that if I stopped staring, that whatever the hell it was would fold itself back out, reach over and step into my home.
Ew. Ew.
Nothing came out.
Fucking
About
no
10 minutes
problem.
later, I saw a police car driving up the street. No sirens, no flashing lights, but they were here, and right away I started to feel better. Looking up, though, I saw the light had come on in Graham's flat. There was no sign of the thing I'd seen climb in, but as the police pressed the buzzer outside his building, I saw someone walking towards the door to let them in. It wasn't Graham. I can't stress enough how much this was not Graham. He looked completely different. He was maybe a few inches shorter and had a long, square face topped with curly blonde hair, where Graham's had been dark and cut short. He was dressed in Graham's clothes, though. I recognized the shirt from my months of watching, but he was not Graham. I watched as not Graham walked to the door and let the 2 police officers in. They talked for a while, and not Graham looked concerned, and together they started to search the flat. I watched, waiting for the thing to emerge or for them to find the real Graham, but they didn't. At one point, I saw one of the police pick up a dark red shape that I recognized as a passport. My heart beat faster as I saw her open it and look at Not Graham, clearly comparing, waiting for the moment when she detected the imposter. But instead she just laughed, shook Not Graham's hand, and they left. I watched the police car drive away, feeling a sense of helplessness. And when I looked up, he was standing at Graham's window, looking back at me. I stood there frozen as his wide, staring eyes met mine, and a cold, toothy smile spread across his face. Then in one swift motion he drew the curtains and was gone. I didn't sleep that night, and I never saw Graham again. I saw this new person, though, all the time. For the next week, I'd see him taking out large, heavy-looking rubbish bags several times a day. It took me a while to realize he was disposing of Graham's old notebooks.
Oh,
But soon
God.
enough, the flat was empty of them. I think he did other redecorating, but I never got a good look, as the only time he had his curtains open was when he was staring intently at my flat, which he now did every night. I tried to find evidence of the old Graham, but anything I could find online with a picture, it was always a picture of this new person. I even asked some of my old classmates, but none of them seemed to remember him at all. Eventually I moved. I really liked my old place in Clapham, but yeah, it just got too much. The last straw was when I was leaving for work one morning, and didn't realize until too late that Not Graham had left his building at the same time. He greeted me by name. His voice was nothing like it should have been. I started to make my excuses and hurry away, but he just stared at me and smiled. Isn't it funny, Amy, how you can live so near and never notice?
Amy.
I'll need to return the visit someday. I moved out a week later, and I never saw him again. Statement ends. I'd be tempted to dismiss this as hallucination resulting from long-term head trauma complications, but Tim came through with this one and managed to get hold of Ms. Patel's medical records.
Scared the shit out of me.
God knows how he got them, but he better
What
not
did?
be using Institute funds to...
Oh, my sound
filing
routine that went
crimes
off.
again.
Oh,
The records just don't support the idea she was suffering those sort of
It is
problems.
very loud.
Not to mention I usually trust co-worker testimony as far as I can burn it, but her job really doesn't seem like the sort you could do with a compromised sense of reality. Ms. Patel has refused our request for a follow-up interview and seems to be trying to distance herself from these events. Graham Folger definitely existed and appears to match up with her story. According to coroner's records, Desmond and Samantha Folger, his parents, died on the M1 near Sheffield on August 4th, 2001, and Graham Folger's name appears on the register of several colleges and universities in and around London over the next few years. The flat she mentioned did belong to Mr. Folger, but was sold through an agency in early 2007. All the photographs we've been able to source seem to match the description of this not Graham that Ms. Patel described, except for a few Polaroids enclosed, which appear to be from the late 80s and show the two parents along a dark-haired teenager who doesn't match the later photos at all. There doesn't seem to be much more to be done here. Ms. Patel, like so many of our subjects, seems to have been more interested in giving her statement as a form of personal closure, rather than as the start of a serious investigation. She wasn't even interested when Sasha told her we'd managed to locate what we believed to be one of Graham Folger's journals. Doubt it would have done much good. It just says the same thing on every page. The words, "Keep watching," over and over again. Recording ends.
A detail has been established. Did you catch it?
no, I missed it. I missed
The
it.
detail, Polaroids. It was Polaroids that had the seemingly only evidence that the original Graham existed at all. Much in the same way John is using
Old
old
technology.
tape recorders. Digital and the supernatural doesn't work. Analog and the supernatural, however.
I see. Okay.
We get to learn more about lots of things.
Do you have time for one more?
Well, oh yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Then
preferably.
30 seconds and I can grab the trigger warnings for episode 4.
Okay, I will give you as long as you need.
But as you were saying?
I was gonna say, I was hoping to try and get through 5 episodes, but I didn't realize their length. So maybe we'll do one more because 4 is still a
It's a good number.
Yeah, it's a multiplication that fits within 200, whereas 3 does not. Hi, Hacker. To meet
Oh,
Dimitrescu.
I know the next one. I mean, I
Dan the
know all
Bacon
the ones.
King.
Is this
My-
a new bi-weekly or tri-weekly thing? We are hoping to make it. We talked about it potentially being bi-weekly. I mean, it's been so long
Yes.
since I said in TMA. I totally forgot how super creepy these are. I know there are certain ones that
Love you,
prey on my
Hecka.
fears so bad. This one,
Have a look.
I like that anglerfish starts with like lore, but not really, and then everywhere else is like lore shit, lore shit, lore shit. I remember listening to it the first time, and as we got further and further in, I started noticing things, and I was like, oh my god, and then I went back and I had to listen, and I was like, oh my god!
No,
I'm just
I
gonna
think
post these
I think
as are.
once every 3 weeks is how
Every
I
3
can
weeks?
fit it. If that's okay with Rune.
That works perfectly fine with me. I did not mean to delete that message. I apologize.
What message did you delete?
And the trigger warnings for episode 3.
Oh, bi-weekly #Pride. What were we podcasting about? I heard the guest mention anglerfish.
The Magnus Archive.
Yeah, the name
guest, my name is MysticRune.
Oh, Dimitrescu, what are you doing? Oh,
The guest.
my God. Not even that. They called you Mystic Prune. How dare they?
Mystic Prune. I love re-listening to this podcast. I have my like key favorite episodes that I hit over and over and over again, and then Vampire Killer, which is not a key episode I like all that much, but I keep ending up listening to it because the world keeps willing me to listen to it. Mystic Boomer. I'm not a boomer.
I'm just editing your list. Bear with me.
Yep.
Here we
Yes.
go. Episode 4 trigger warnings
the
are
Magnus Archives.
Ant Nest. Oh,
The
we're
Ant
gonna
Nest
get
one.
to that.
Oh, yeah,
We are
that'll
gonna
do
get
it.
to that.
I know a lot of the creatures stood out to me. The one in episode 3 stood out to me for very obvious reasons. Yeah, there's so many. I always get like flashes of images and like imagery, and it's so good. I'm obsessed
my
with the
God.
animatics that people make. I just chew my way through them.
Kittens!
What
What
show
are
are we
you
referencing? The Magnus Archives, the
doing?
podcast we are listening to.
Stop it.
That is what today is. We are listening to the Magnus Archives.
Ow, ow, ow,
Well,
ow.
the first 4 episodes we plan on listening.
Ow.
Slowly making our way through the show.
Yeah, we're watching the Magnus Archives today. Hi, Gengar, welcome in. So yeah, Demi, that's what we're doing today is the Magnus Archives. So, yeah.
But yeah, there are episodes that just shook the fandom to its core. Lost John's Cave, which I believe is in this season. I believe it's episode 15, if I'm remembering correctly.
You're correct.
Is one that the general fandom is like, it's the spookiest
We are
thing in the world. Which is fair.
listening
It is a really
to
fucking
the Magnus
terrifying
Archives
episode.
podcast.
Wait,
we are
isn't
not
the
doing a
podcast we're
podcast.
doing.
I guess the category is confusing to some, but
Wait, the Magnus Archive isn't the podcast we're doing, but the podcast we're reviewing. Yes, we're reviewing it. We're listening to it and
Yeah.
we're talking about it.
you maybe don't have any alcohol. That might be a good idea.
But yeah, like the last episode, we'll see that creature a lot more. A lot more.
Spoilers.
We'll see it again. Not really.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
I'm gonna start in 3, 2,
Okay.
1, go. Well, that's what happens, Piper, when you are freaking on the ledge of something. Stop it. Stop it, both of you. No.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
You and me.
Episode 4, Page Turner.
Page turner, everybody. Turn your pages. Turn your pages. Three
Statement of
knocks.
Dominic Swain regarding a book briefly in his possession in the winter of 2012. Original statement given June 28th, 2013. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I work as a theatre technician in various venues around the West End. I mainly deal with lights, but a lot of the smaller venues can't afford large crews for their productions, so you end up doing a little bit of everything. I guess that's not directly relevant to my experience, but I just want you to know that I'm not some crazy person wandering in off the street. I work, I do practical things with my hands, and I am not prone to crazed flights of fancy. That day I was going to see a matinee performance of the Trojan Women at the Gate Theatre up in Notting Hill. A friend of mine, Catherine Mendez, was in it, and had been trying to get me to come to see it for a while. We'd worked together on a production of The
Can
Seagull
the
a couple of years
Draco
before, and had had a bit of a
bingo?
thing going back then.
It is horror,
At this
yeah.
point, I had just become single, so was keen to meet up and see if any of the old spark remained.
Like, the
I
trigger
ended up going
warnings
along on the afternoon of
should
Saturday,
give an
the 10th of
idea.
November. I remember the date exactly. There had been a lot of back and forth about it, since we were both involved in separate shows at the time, making evenings difficult.
Boo.
So, on Saturday afternoon, I found myself in Notting Hill Gate, killing an hour or two before the show was due to start.
Ah.
Now, Notting Hill is not somewhere I go often, as it tends towards the pricey, even for London.
Yes.
And I'm not
Yes,
sure how much you
you're
know about
absolute-
theatre techs, but we're not generally an overpaid profession. Still, I had some vague
There you
memories
go.
of there being an Oxfam charity shop somewhere nearby, as I'd previously bought quite a nice old military tunic there, which remains one of my favourite jackets. I found it without any problems and spent 10 minutes or so looking over the clothes and knickknacks, but was a bit disappointed. It was smaller than I remembered, and just seemed to contain the same tedious curios as every other charity shop. I still had some time to kill, though, so I decided to have a look through their books, something I rarely bother doing usually. I found the book on the science fiction and fantasy shelf. At first I assumed it was some sort of faux leather special edition, and I was sure whoever put it out for sale must have done the same, because the price on it was only £4. There was something about it that made me take another look, though, and picking it up, I felt the binding, and realised it might well have been bound in real leather, probably calf, given how soft it was.
Human flesh.
I'm not an expert on books by any means, but it seemed old, and I thought it might have been hand-bound, as the pages were slightly uneven. There was no dust wrapper on it, and the front had no title, but embossed on the spine in faded gold letters were the words Ex Altiora. I did some Latin in school when I was a child, but I haven't had much cause to use it since, so you'll have to forgive me if my translations don't make much sense, but I believe it meant from higher, or out of the heights. I was astounded, to say the least. The book was clearly worth far more than it was being sold for. If the shop clerk who put it out had been paying any attention, it would have been in the glass case where they kept those things people donated that were actually valuable. I had a flick through, but it seemed to be entirely written in Latin, so I didn't have much luck discerning what it was about. The only English seemed to be a bookplate at the front that read, "From the Library of Jürgen Leitner," although no author was listed. There were also several black and white illustrations, woodcuts I think, each showing a mountain or a cliff, or in one picture what appeared to be an empty night sky. I felt an odd sensation when I looked at that image, as though, simple as it was, I was about to fall into it. My stomach gave an odd jolt, almost causing me to drop the book in the middle of Oxfam. I made up my mind to buy it. Even if I never figured
Why?
out how to read the thing, it was clearly
Why?
worth a lot more than they were selling it for. I felt like a bit of an arse for not letting them know how valuable it was, almost like I was stealing money from the charity. But in the end I realised that it wasn't my job to set the prices in this shop, and besides, this book absolutely fascinated me. The woman working the till didn't even raise an eyebrow when I brought it over and paid my £4. I headed out, hoping to find a cafe where I could sit and have another look through. But it was then that I noticed the time.
Have a good shower,
I'd somehow managed
Nori.
to spend an hour in that
Put
shop.
on some
Now I
amazing
was very
music
nearly late for Catherine's play.
and a nice
I made
candle.
it in time, luckily, though I had to run a bit. The
That'd
show
be
was
nice.
fine. I've never been
See
a
you
particular
next
fan of
time,
Greek plays, and
which
this interpretation was
will
not
be
the one that went me
Wednesday.
round to them. Catherine was excellent, of course, but the rest of the show was quite frankly a bit pedestrian. Still, I'm not a theatre critic, and I wasn't exactly paying it my full attention, as I was convinced there was a problem with the stage lights. Throughout the show, I kept getting the faintest smell of ozone and was worried. The only other time I'd smelled that in the theatre was when one of my stagehands had accidentally ordered the wrong sort of light, and we'd ended up installing a projector with a xenon mercury lamp, the sort used to sterilize medical equipment with UV. I spotted the issue before anything happened, but I still remember that intense ozone smell. Still, no one else seemed to notice it, and I couldn't see anything in their light setup that would have caused the odor, so I tried my best to ignore it. After the performance was finished, Catherine and I grabbed a quick dinner before heading to our respective evening shows. I was disappointed to discover that whatever attraction there had been between us seemed to have vanished completely. And while we spent a pleasant enough couple of hours together, it was obvious that neither of us wanted to take it any further. I did show her the book.
But it happens.
She knew even less Latin than I did, but was impressed. She said it looked valuable and that I should take it somewhere to be appraised, although she didn't look through it in any detail, as the pictures triggered her vertigo for some reason. Nothing of note occurred after I left, and I did my show, a production of Much Ado About Nothing, down at the Courtyard Theatre, with no problems. I returned home late, having gone for a drink with the stage manager and a couple of the actors, and felt far too awake to just go to bed. So I poured myself a small gin and tonic and decided to look through this book in more detail. Oddly enough, I somehow hadn't learned any more Latin since I bought it 12 hours before, so reading it was still out of the question. But I went through and had a closer look at those woodcuts. There were about a dozen that I found, mostly mountains and cliffs, but one
You're gonna
appeared to be a
stay?
tower,
Okay, Nori.
looming over the surrounding countryside at an odd angle, with tiny birds just visible circling
The episode
sun.
pull you back in?
And then there was that picture of an empty sky. I've never had any fear of heights, but staring at that picture, I felt... I don't know, really.
Terrifying.
I just couldn't look at it for too long. It seemed to open forever, nothing to do but fall into it. It was even stranger as there wasn't much to the picture itself except for black ink and a few stylized stars. But something in the proportions just had that effect on me. I decided that maybe Catherine had been right and it might be valuable as an antique, so I did some research to try and find out more about it. Latin fell out of favour as a language for academic texts in the 18th century, and I really doubted the thing was that old. Since then, it was only really used for religious texts, but the book certainly didn't look like it was full of prayers. Searching ex altiora online didn't do much good. The phrase was used in a few old prayers. There was a company called Altiora and something in Italian about football, but nothing that looked even remotely like it related to my book. Searching for Jürgen Leitner wasn't much better. It brought up an entry for an Austrian musician and a few Facebook pages, although they all seemed to have umlauts in their names, unlike the one in the book, and none of them looked like the sorts to have a library full of strange Latin texts. The only thing I found that looked even remotely relevant was a listing on eBay from 2007. The auction was titled Key of Solomon, 1863, owned by MacGregor Mathers and Jürgen Leitner, and had been won for just over £1,200 by a deactivated user, GR Bookworm 1818. There was no picture or description, just the title and the winning bid. I decided to call it a night and go to bed.
I just connected that.
I think I had a nightmare, but I
You're
don't
learning
remember the
something
details.
even now.
I slept in very late the next day, and by the time I awoke there wasn't much
Details, man,
daylight left.
details.
But I spent the hours until
There's a
my
lot
show
of 'em.
contacting book dealers that I'd looked up online. All of them put the book's age between 100 and 150 years and said it looked like it had been custom bound. Most offered to buy it off me for a few £100s, but at this point I was more interested in information about it. Unfortunately, none of them had heard of it before, or seemed at all familiar with its contents. The last seller I went to did recognize the name Jürgen Leitner, though. She told me Leitner had been a big name in the literary scene during the 1990s, some rich Scandinavian recluse paying absurd amounts of money for whatever books took his fancy. It was said he'd often have books custom bound after providing a manuscript, or even commission authors to produce works to his brief, although she didn't actually know any writers who had worked with Leitner. He dropped from public view somewhere around 95, but she recalled he used to have extensive dealings with Pinhole Books down in Morden, and gave me the details for Mary Key, who owned it. I went and I did my show after that. The last night of the run, in point of fact, but though I didn't miss a single lighting cue, all through it, I just couldn't take my mind off the book. I felt as though there was something I was missing just beyond my grasp. And all throughout I could detect that same faint smell of ozone. Or was it ozone? There was something else there. Something I knew but could not remember. Every time I felt I was close, I was overcome with a dizziness and nausea that threatened to topple me over. I skipped the cast party afterwards, instead going for a long walk to clear my head in the cold November air. I don't know how long I walked for. It must have been hours, but it felt right, like it was all I could do. Walking felt as natural as falling. It was only when a man shouted at me for almost walking into him that I stopped and took stock of my surroundings. I had no idea where I was. I took out my phone to find the nearest station and saw that I was only a street away from Morden. I felt dizzy all of a sudden, and when I looked at the building I was stood in front of, I was not in the least bit surprised to see a brass plaque reading, "Pinhole Books, by appointment only," next to an unmarked door of dark-stained wood. I rang the doorbell and waited. The woman who opened the door wasn't at all what I was expecting. She was very old and painfully thin, but her head was completely clean-shaven, and every square inch of skin I could see was tattooed over with closely written words in a script I didn't recognize. She stood at the bottom of a flight of stairs, and from the top I could hear the sound of death metal blaring out of some powerful speakers. I wondered for a moment if she got complaints from the neighbors playing it so loudly at 2 o'clock in the morning, and realized with a start that it was actually 2 o'clock in the morning. I apologized for disturbing her so late and asked if she was Mary Key. She just snorted and asked in a decidedly unfriendly manner if I had an appointment. I reached into my bag and pulled out Ex Altiora, opening it to show Leitner's name on the bookplate. At this, her eyes seemed to light up, and she turned around to walk up the stairs. She didn't shut the door behind her, so I took this as an invitation and followed her up.
Right.
We entered a cramped set of rooms, with books piled high in every conceivable corner, almost to a point where I had to be careful following her through the labyrinth so as not to take a wrong turn. She was talking, I realized, and didn't seem to care if I heard her over the music or not. She said it had been a long time since she'd found a Leitner, although her Gerard kept an eye out. She gave no elaboration as to who her Gerard might have been.
So many
This
names.
strange old woman didn't seem interested in actually reading or
Yeah.
looking at my book in depth.
They
But
all
asked
link,
instead if I wanted to see hers.
I
Some are
assume.
relevant, some
just
are
nodded.
irrelevant.
I was out of my depth here, but I had no idea what in. I just knew that I hadn't smelled ozone since I arrived. I followed Mary Key into a dingy study. It was small to begin with, but every wall was completely covered with packed bookshelves, crowding even further into the space. Immediately my host began to scan them intently, muttering to herself about where he would have put it. I stood there awkwardly, not wanting to stare at the old woman, but also hesitant to do anything else. Aside from the bookshelves, there was little in the room other than a worn desk with a very old-looking chair behind it. The desk was covered with papers, as well as fishing wire and a safety razor. I think it says something about my state of mind at this point, that I didn't even give those items a second thought at the time. Instead, my attention was fixed on a picture, attached to the one small area of wall not covered by bookshelves. It was a painting of an eye, very detailed, and at first I would have said almost photorealistic. But the more I looked at it, the more I saw the patterns and symmetries that formed into a single image, until I was so focused on them that I started to have difficulty seeing the eye itself.
Right?
Written below it were 3 lines in fine green calligraphy. Grant us the sight that we may not know. Grant us the scent that we may not catch. Grant us the sound that we may not call. At this point Mary Key returned with 2 cups of tea. I hadn't even noticed her leave, nor had I requested the cup of black tea she pressed into my hand. She asked if I liked the painting, and told me that her Gerard had done it. Said he was a very talented artist. I mumbled something approving, I don't remember exactly what, and looked at the cup of tea in my hand. She hadn't offered me any milk, and was now busily searching the shelves again, her own cup forgotten on the desk. I tried to drink the stuff out of politeness, but it tasted foul, like dust and smoke. I think it might have once been Lapsang Souchong, but if so, it must have been years old. Finally, Mary seemed to find the book she was looking for and took it from the shelf. She handed me a book that, at first glance, appeared to be almost identical to my copy of Exaltiora, except that the leather was in slightly better condition. There was no title on this one, but opening it, I could see that it was written in letters I didn't recognize. There were no illustrations in this book, and the only English words I could find were on the bookplate from the library of Jürgen Leitner, just like mine. Mary told me that the writing was in Sanskrit, but when I asked her if she could read it, she just started laughing. She took the book back
Interesting.
and walked over to the desk where the room's single unshaded light bulb cast stark shadows across the floor. She very deliberately held the book in those shadows for a few seconds, and then handed it back to me. I noticed for the first time that the heavy metal music was no longer playing, and the room was utterly silent. I opened the book, and for a few seconds was confused to see that nothing seemed to have changed. The writing was still unintelligible to me, and it felt no different. I lifted it to have a closer look, and as I did, I heard something clatter lightly onto the floor. I looked down to see bones, small animal bones, from what I could tell, but each one was slightly bent and warped into shapes that bones should not form. As I stared at them, Mary Key took the book back from me and passed it through the shadows once again. More bones fell. She did this several times until there was a small pile formed at my feet.
Creepy at all.
I didn't know what to say. By this point,
I
my
can
head
just
was
imagine her
pounding, and
just
the feel of this cramped,
waving
dark
it
place
back
with
and
its old
forth. It's
tea
kinda
and
funny.
ancient books was starting to overwhelm me. All I could think to ask was whether my book did that as well. Mary Key laughed and told me to look for myself. I began to look through those pages. I hadn't passed it through any shadows, but I knew something had changed. The woodcuts were starker somehow. In the background of each there were new lines, thick and dark, stretching down from the sky. And then I came to the picture of that empty night, but now it had a stark, branching pattern carving through it. A pattern I recognized. My stomach dropped as though the floor was gone and I was falling. Struggling to stay standing, I muttered some excuse and went to leave. The ozone smell was back now, stronger than ever, and I had to get out. I fell down the stairs as I fled, badly bruising my hip and twisting my ankle painfully, but I didn't care. I limped from that place as quickly as I could, and hailed a taxi to take me home, fingers still locked in a death grip on my book. The branching pattern I'd seen in that picture is known as the Lichtenberg figure. It shows the diverging paths of electricity on an insulating material such as glass or resin. I knew it from the pattern of scars on the back of my childhood friend, who had been struck by lightning because of me.
Oh my god.
His name was Michael Crew, and we'd been 8 years old at the time, playing in a field near my grandmother's house. When the storm hit, Michael had said that we should go inside, but I wanted to keep playing in the rain. I said that to him, and he just sighed and told me all right. It was as he said these words that he was struck. The sound when it happened was so loud that it drowned out his screams completely. But it was the smell that really stayed with me. That powerful ozone smell, cut through with the scent of cooking meat. Michael survived in the end, but the scar, that branching Lichtenberg scar, stayed with him for the rest of his life. When I got home, it took all of my concentration to get up the stairs, and when I finally made it onto my sofa, I couldn't shake that feeling as though I was falling, and the smell was so strong I could hardly breathe. I didn't look at the book. I just lay there. I felt as though I was waiting for something, but I had no idea what. By the time the knock on the door finally came, I was almost feeling composed enough to answer. Almost. It still took me almost 5 minutes to work up the nerve to open it. The knock did not come again, but I was positive that whatever was on the other side had not gone away. I reached over, grasped the handle, and pulled the door open. Stood just over the threshold was a man in a long, dark leather coat. His hair was dyed an artificial black, and he had the unshaven look of someone who hadn't slept in a couple of days. I asked him if he was Jared Key. He said that he was, and told me he'd like to see my book. I nodded silently, and he followed me inside, closing the door behind him. I took out the book and placed it on the table. Jared studied it for some time, but did not touch it. Finally, he nodded and offered to buy it from me for £5,000. I almost laughed when he said that. I would have sold it for a fraction of the amount. I might even have given it away, if it wasn't for the feeling that that wouldn't count, somehow. It's hard to explain. I didn't care what he planned to do with it, I just wanted to get rid of it. And so I agreed. Jared didn't seem exactly happy at the news. He just nodded gravely and headed towards the door, saying he'd need to get the money in return.
Oh no.
I didn't try to stop him. He left, closing the door behind him, and I was alone once again. The whole encounter lasted barely more than a minute.
Oh,
I sat there,
I don't think
waiting
so.
in silence for him to return. It was awful, and I needed to find some way to distract myself from the creeping smell, so I decided to get out my computer and see what I could find out about Jared and Mary Key. Typing in their
They're
names,
dead.
I don't know what sort of thing it was that I expected to find. But it certainly wasn't a news article from 2008 about Mary Key's murder.
No.
Police had broken in late September, after neighbors complained about the smell and found her lying dead in the study. Cause of death was apparently determined to be an overdose of painkillers, but it was judged a murder due to extensive post-mortem mutilation of the body. Large pieces of her skin had been peeled away and hung up to dry on fishing wire, all around the room. The article had a picture of Mary Key, and there was no question that it was the same old woman that I had met in Morden, although in the
Jesus
photograph she
Christ.
seemed to have a full head of hair and lacked any visible tattoos. I frantically started searching for any other information I could find. Other news stories covered Jared's trial for his mother's murder. Apparently he had been acquitted after a significant piece of evidence was deemed inadmissible, although none of the reports seemed to know what exactly that evidence was. It was at this moment the knocking came again. Jared had returned.
I don't think it's Jared.
I opened the door. I thought briefly about not letting him in, but I knew he'd wait there as long as he needed to, and I couldn't think for the reek of ozone that penetrated every one of my senses. I could not hide the terror on my face as he entered, but if he noticed the change in my demeanor, then he didn't react to it. He simply handed me an envelope filled with cash. I didn't even bother to count it before handing him the book. He looked at the title, then flicked through it very quickly, before laughing just once and nodding, apparently to himself, as though he'd just come to some sort of decision. I had expected Jared to leave immediately, but instead he walked over to my metal waste paper basket and placed the book inside. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a bottle of lighter fluid and a box of matches. Within a few seconds, the book was ablaze, and the smell vanished almost immediately. Even as my head began to clear, I felt like I had to ask him why. But he just shook his head. My mother doesn't always know what's best for our family. That was all he said before picking up the waste paper bin,
God
now
damn
full of
it.
gently smouldering ashes. I warned him it would be too hot to hold, but he shrugged and said he'd had worse. Then Jared Key left, and I never saw him or the book again. Statement ends. If I never hear the name Jürgen Leitner again, it will be too soon. I suppose it was too much to hope that we'd finally dealt with all the remainder of his library after the incident in 1994, but it would have been useful if Gertrude had at least thought to add this statement to the current project file. Who knows how many other statements are in here that might deal with his books or other currently active Institute projects. If my luck thus far is anything to go by, then I'd say it is unlikely this was an isolated example. The more I discover about this archive, the more it seemed Gertrude simply took the written statements and threw them into these files without even reading them. Given that she was head archivist for over 50 years, then that is... This might be a bigger job than I originally thought. Regardless, most of the verifiable details in Mr. Swain's account seem to match up with our own researches. Martin couldn't find any records of Ex Altiora as a title in existent catalogues of esoteric or similar literature, so I assigned Sasha to double-check. Still nothing. Is it possible Mr. Swain got the title wrong? It seems unlikely, given the simplicity of it, and the occurrences he describes certainly sound like they could have been due to the proximity of a true Leitner tome. Still, all the other books from his library have been custom editions of known texts on demonology or the arcane. If there are Leitners out there that we haven't even heard of, I fear that may be cause for some small alarm. Useful details for follow-up are few and far between, however. Donation records at the Oxfam charity shop in Notting Hill Gate only have anonymous donations listed for books in October-November 2012, and obviously none of the staff recall the book. We've also been unable to locate Jared Key at all. Aside from this encounter, he seems to have almost entirely disappeared following the end of his trial. The description Mr. Swain gives does appear to match file photos of Jared and Mary Key, and from his description it sounds like he did find his way to what used to be Pinhole Books in Morden, although it has been closed since 2008 for obvious reasons, and no new tenants moved in till 2014. There was one interesting thing Tim found out, though, in the official police report on Mary Key's death. Apparently, the drying sheets of skin had been written over in permanent marker. There was no transcription or translation of it in the report, but the language was identified to be Sanskrit. So it doesn't appear that we have any concrete leads to go on. Still, I will be bringing this up with Elias, and recommending that the search for any other missed books from the Leitner Library be made this Institute's highest priority. Jürgen Leitner has done the world enough harm, and we must pursue all available avenues to ensure that he does no more. Recording ends.
Wow. That has set a lot up, I think.
The Magnus.
It's
A lot
clear.
has been set up in the last 3 episodes. Way more than you think has.
It's clear. Jürgen, whatever his name, he is known quite well to the Magnus. What is it? The Magnus team, the Magnus operation.
Magnus Archives.
No, because the archives are a part of the Magnus.
The Magnus Institute.
That's the one. So the Magnus Institute know about Jürgen Leitner already.
Yeah, because the Magnus Institute itself is researching the paranormal, the esoteric, and the occult.
And that's what is linking to Jürgen. Okay.
Yes.
Jürgen is not
For
a
whatever
good
reason,
person.
Jürgen Leitner had in his possession at some point in time a shit ton of spooky books that did weird shit.
Okay. Well, we're finished there on episode 4.
Yeah.
That was
next episode's a fun one.
thrown away,
bizarre.
yes. Well, we'll continue this probably in about 3 weeks' time. Is that okay with you, Vern?
Yep. Works for me.
So we'll be looking at the 11th of July. That is 3 weeks from now.
I'm actually out of town that weekend.
Okay, bear with me.
We could do the 18th. Or we
Yeah.
could do.
Yes,
No,
I
you might have
can.
to work on Monday. So
I can do the 18th. What, me?
yeah, I don't know your work schedule.
I'm currently off sick at the moment.
Will you be in 4 weeks?
I honestly don't know. I gotta
Fair.
wait for blood
Because I
tests.
could do,
So
because we could do the 12th after I come back. I should be back around 6 p.m. my time.
I don't
So
stream
it'll be in and around the same time
Sundays.
we started. Oh,
Sorry.
fair. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Let's do the
We can do it the
18th.
18th then.
Magnus. What time on that day? Same, around the same time?
Yeah, we could do it around the same time.
Didn't you
I know
have?
you're later than I am. Like it's only 7 o'clock for me.
Yeah, it's 20 past midnight. What I'm thinking is, because we said 10:30, which was 5:30 for you. Does that work, or does earlier
Yeah, that
work?
works for me.
Like,
Earlier works if you want it to be earlier.
I don't want to
I'm
intrude on your
I'm no
work, because you work still, don't you? Or on Saturday?
not on the weekends.
Okay. Well, let's go
Saturdays I'm
for
wide open, so
9 p.m. So 4 p.m. your time.
yep.
And I will. I'll do what I did today and
Good night, pair.
I'll start earlier. Night pair. Bye bye. Audio podcast enjoy Dream Boy. What's Dream Boy about?
I have no idea. I've never heard of it.
Oh, I was asking Nori.
I know.
I don't think
I was
you
just
did.
also mentioning that I also do not know what that is.
I didn't expect you to. Okay. Right, let me close some things down. So that's done. That's done. Thank you for the boop. Thank you, Nori.
Oh, yeah! Join us down the rabbit hole!
Added this event to my calendar. Might as well fall down the rabbit hole with it. Yes, Mira! Yes! Oh, that's amazing. I'm so glad to hear that.
It's great. I love Magnus so much. I'm probably gonna go binge watch a bunch of Magnus animatics again. I love them so much.
Try not to know everything. Otherwise, you're gonna be sat there. I mean,
I
you love
already
it.
know everything. That's the thing. Like I'm
Yeah.
over here just being like,
Yeah, that's true.
there's that thing, and 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 oh, what's that thing?
Oh,
Yeah,
what's
there
that
was
thing?
one detail I never noticed before, but it's really kind of funny in context.
Okay. You'll have to. What we can do is we can go through it, and then we'll go through it again, and you can point out every little thing that
Everything that I've noticed, and you can notice things that you notice. It'll be great.
Yes,
That'd be
I'm all
very
for
fun.
this. Thank you for the head pat. Again, I need to set up a sound alert for that. I haven't got one yet.
I love Magnus so much. But yeah, definitely go support Rusty Quill because Rusty Quill has a lot of really, really, really fucking good podcasts. They have Rusty Quill Gaming, which is a D&D podcast. They have Stellar Firma, which is a improv comedy podcast. They have Old Gods of the Appalachia, which I have not listened to. I know they have other ones. What do they
Gonna
got?
get rid of the
Yeah, Stella
popcorn.
Firma, of course, the Magnus Protocol.
There's a lot of stuff there site that they support financially. Upwards of 20 or so shows. Holy moly, that's a lot.
Yeah, those are. Yeah, they've got a bunch of good. I keep meaning to listen to Enthusiasm. Yeah, they've got a lot of good stuff. I need to listen to more of their stuff.
The financial success of TMA and spread the love, which I respect. Yeah, they helped smaller like creatives be able to, but they bolstered up smaller creatives, and that's really good.
And they're still able to capitalize on TMA. They a couple years ago they launched a Kickstarter for the Magnus Protocol, as well as a role-playing game, which I bought. So that's coming at some point.
Ooh.
Which I'm very excited for. I don't know who I'm gonna play it with, but I'll just be sitting there vibrating. I'll probably just play it by myself. Yeah,
We can
they've got a
sit there
lot
together.
of they've got
I
a
don't
lot of
mind.
stuff. They did another Kickstarter not that long ago, I think. I can't remember what it
You
was for
can
though.
look if you're bringing me in to TMA, then I could join for the game.
Yes,
So
it's
yeah.
very exciting. I'm so hyped. I love the Magnus archives. There's so many good moments. There's funny moments. There's stupid moments. There's why the fuck are you guys even in this goddamn situation moments? Like, how did we get here? How did this happen?
Oh god. Okay.
John, why are you such a dumbass?
Let's get ready to raid out because I'm
Yes.
flagging. So I don't know who we're reading out to. Let me just check who's online, I guess.
I don't know either. I don't even know who's alive.
I'm yawning. Yes, I will see you Monday, Nora. Yeah, I moved some things around. I will go live on Monday. Monday's gonna just be an art stream. Rune, do you know if you'll be back at some point?
If I'll be back.
Next stream.
My regular streams are going to be Sunday, so I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, in and around 5 p.m., same as today. Yes, Sundays are my dedicated days for streaming right now. There's going to be streams late when after work, so I'm talking like 2, 3 in the morning. So don't stay up. If you like,
That's fair.
and that's just if I feel like it. Like for right now, Sunday is my only dedicated streaming day as I slowly come back off hiatus and as I can handle more, rather than bombarding myself the way I usually do. I think that also contributes to the oh no of it all.
Okay, right. Let's do this. Let's do this because I'm going to fall asleep at my desk otherwise.
Oh no. Yes, get some sleep.
No. Raid message. That's what I should post.
I didn't even realize we've been streaming for 4 hours. Or you've been streaming for 4 hours. I think I've been streaming for 3.
Okay, we're going. Who you gonna raid to?
I don't have anyone to raid to. Nobody's live.
Raiding to me. You always do that.
I was trying to, but it won't let me.
Oh.
I don't know if it's because it knows we're sharing a chat or what, but hold on, I might be able to brute force it. Hold on.
We can enter chat.
Let me. Wrong button. Hopefully that worked.
Maybe.
Yeah! I brute forced it.
Good job. Good job. I know who
But
I'm
I hope you
reading
all
to.
have, for those on my end, I hope you. You're hiding behind my chat box. That's okay for now. But for my end, I hope you all have a wonderful night, and we shall see you all another time. Ciao for now, y'all.
Bye, Arcanist.
I know you guys are literally just going to Dan, but I'm going to end my stream.
You're my friend now.
I didn't even go for my thanks to watching stream. I always forget to go to my ending screen. I'm just
Thank you
like,
for
no, I'm
the
done
raid
now.
rune. Yes, we're gonna all raid out together. So
Yes.
raid mess has been posted, and let's head to the end screen. This is the
To
end.
the end screen.
Take care, everybody. Bye bye. Rune, say bye bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Ah!